Chapter 471. Although Axian Lu formally invited Yushu to attend her hairpin ceremony, because Yushu was not from an aristocratic family, there was no need to specially prepare a formal congratulatory gift. Coincidentally, she planned to give her the white crystal bracelet in her hand, so he simply saved it for that day. After the astrology class, Yushu stayed in Tibet until noon and then went home. During lunch, she heard from Zhao Hui that the tailor would deliver clothes today. Midsummer was approaching, but Yushu was still wearing the two unlined clothes from a month ago. She did not care about herself, and Zhao Hui could not take care of her because she was in labor. It was not easy for her to get out of confinement, so she was busy picking out the materials and making two new sets of clothes for everyone in the family. Even the servants and maids got a few rulers. After lunch, Zhao Hui left Xiao Chuan to the wet nurse and took Yushu back to the room to try on the clothes. She wore a pomegranate long skirt with sleeves and a pair of primrose yellow short summer pants. They all fit her very well. Yushu's face was not considered beautiful, but her figure was rare and graceful. She was still in the age of puberty, and she was even taller than Zhao Hui. Not 1 in 10 girls could be picked out. She was born with a clothes rack and could hold up both men's and women's dresses. She went to the LoveLore Library and saw many children of aristocratic families wearing brocade clothes. She touched the materials on them. Although they were not as good as those silk jade, they were always light and comfortable. The needlework on them was excellent, which showed that Zhao Hui had put in a lot of effort. Our Xiao Yu is growing more and more decent. Zhao Hui adjusted Yushu's belt in front of her. She turned her head to look at the person in the mirror with joy in her eyes. She touched her back lovingly and said, "I found another craftsman to make 2 new sets of jewelry, using the box of pearls you gave me last time. They will be delivered in 2 days. When you go out later, don't dress too casually. After all, you are a female teacher, and people will laugh at you for being ugly." Yushu hugged her shoulders and rubbed against her. She murmured, "Mother is so good to me. But don't be so tired. I am Teacher Yi, not a rich lady. I don't need to buy new clothes and jewelry all day long. It is a waste of money." Zhao Hui was in charge of the family, so she didn't have much money. He Fengji's clinic had only been open for a few months, and she had just made some money. Zhao Hui probably used the dowry she got that day to cover the cost of making clothes. She wanted to help Zhao Hui with her household expenses, but unfortunately, she didn't have much spare money on hand. She had to repair the house and buy stones, so she really couldn't afford to spend it. Even if she gave the gold and silver in the storeroom to Zhao Hui, she wouldn't use it. She only said that she would keep it for her in the future. Zhao Hui hugged Yushu and said softly, "Who said you are not a miss? Aren't you our family's miss?" After the mother and daughter were intimate for a while, they heard a message from the front yard. Someone came to the door with a gift. It was for Yushu. "Who is it?" Yushu asked through the door. The person outside said in a strange tone, "It is from the princess residence." Yushu was puzzled. She didn't have a friendship with any princess. When Zhao Hui heard it, she hurriedly urged Yushu to go out and have a look. She didn't even change her clothes and went to the front with Yundo. When they arrived at the front yard, Yushu saw the person in the living room. She was very surprised. She still remembered the young guard in front of her. He was one of the people she saw in the princess residence when she and Shu Yun were kidnapped. It was no wonder that Yushu didn't think that the princess residence was related to Jing Qin. It was just that after Jing Qin made such a heartless decision, how could she think that he would take the initiative to have anything to do with her? "Miss you." The imperial bodyguard, Gao Qi, cupped his hands and bowed to Yushu. He pointed to a 2-foot-tall porcelain jar on the table and explained the purpose of his visit. "This is the bone of the tiger that the master killed in Huajian Garden. He brought it to Mississippi." Yushu frowned inwardly and was confused. Why did Jing Chen give me the tiger bone? Didn't they no longer interact with each other? She thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what Jing Chen's intention was, so she said to the imperial bodyguard, "I don't deserve it. You can take it back." Gao Qi saw that Yu Shu had rejected him just as his young master had said, so he smiled bitterly. "Miss, don't make things difficult for me. How could I go against my master's orders? If you don't want to accept it, you can return it later." Yu Shu's eyes flashed and she looked at him coldly. "I've never heard of forcefully giving a gift. I don't have the time to run errands. You can either take it back to the princess residence or throw it out." She pointed at the jar of tiger bone and gestured in the direction of the main entrance with an unfriendly expression on her face. When Gao Qi saw this, he had no choice but to pick up the jar and walk away hesitantly. He didn't say anything else. Yu Shu was too lazy to ask. That day, when Jing Chen broke off all ties with her, she said everything she needed to say and tried to persuade him to stay, but he still insisted on ending the past with her. No matter how many difficulties he had, the words he said were like water that had been poured out. Today, he was happy and came to provoke her again. Should she accompany him and sing along? After driving away the imperial bodyguard from the princess residence, Yu Shu returned to the backyard and vaguely explained to Zhao Hui. She then turned her head and put this matter to the back of her mind. She concentrated on calculating the Supreme Court's records in her hands. She still had 7 or 8 subordinates that she hadn't correctly chosen regarding the crime of murder and wounding. Back to Gao Qi, he carried the things back to the princess residence and reported to Jing Chen. He described Yu Shu's every word and action, paying attention to Jing Chen's expression, but he didn't see any change. It was hard to understand. "Just leave it." Jing Chen glanced at the jar in Gao Qi's hand and didn't blame him. Gao Qi excused himself and met Shui Yun, who had been pushed back, outside the building. He bowed his head to greet her. Young Mississippi, Shui Yun was sitting on a wooden wheel. She was very thin and had just come back from sunbathing. Her complexion was good. She looked at Gao Qi and smiled faintly. She asked the maidservant behind her to stop and asked him, "Where did you go?" Gao Qi turned his head to look upstairs. Seeing that there was no one there, he turned to Shui Yun and whispered, "Young master told me to go to the west of the city to deliver something to Miss Yu." Shui Yun raised her eyebrows and her eyes became slightly cold. "Oh, what did you deliver?" "The tiger bone. It's a fierce tiger that young master killed in Huajian Garden and brought it to the palace. The emperor left the entire tiger skin and rewarded the tiger bone to young master." "Did Miss Yu accept it?" "She didn't. I just took it back." Shui Yun nodded. "Bodyguard Gao, go back to work." Gao Qi responded and hurriedly left. Shui Yun had someone push her in and saw Jing Chen sitting downstairs. There was a white jar on the table next to him. The wooden wheel stopped in front of Jing Chen and Shui Yun signaled for the maidservant to go out. "Senior brother, I heard that you sent someone to find Miss Yu." Jing Chen didn't know how long he had been holding a cup of cold tea in his hand. He seemed to hear her call and came back to his senses. He looked up at her and said indifferently, "What, can't I find her?" Shui Yun's eyes dimmed. 2 days ago, when Jing Chen returned to the capital, he not only brought the good news of the fate breaker, but also the truth that her father and several martial uncles had concealed. It turned out that the elder's unwavering Dao heart was just a pretense to restrain Jing Chen. "I know that senior brother resents me for forcing you to break off relations with Miss Yu that day. I also feel very guilty. However, I still want to remind senior brother that although you found the whereabouts of the fate breaker, you can't be at ease as long as you don't break the fate. After all, the lives of the masters and martial uncles still need to be saved by you. The fate of the Graydon dynasty is also tied to you. As for the matter of reconciling with Miss Yu, it's better to wait until you break the fate. At that time, I will personally apologize to Miss Yu on your behalf and ask for her forgiveness." Jing Chen saw that her face was full of remorse, but his expression didn't change. Because of the great teacher's warning, although he told Shui Yun a part of the matter about the fate breaker, he didn't tell her that Xiao Yu was the person he was looking for. Therefore, his junior sister only knew that the martial uncles had deceived him and firmly protected his Dao heart, causing him to have no desires for all these years. However, she didn't know that he had to marry Xiao Yu to break the fate. Shui Yun saw that Jing Chen didn't speak, and her beautiful face became more and more bitter. "Senior brother, you don't believe me, so you won't tell me who the fate breaker is? If I don't tell you, are you going to lie about knowing her secret to threaten me again?" Jing Chen asked. After all these days, he still felt a little angry when he thought about it. A few months ago, Shui Yun noticed that he had developed feelings for Yu Shu, so she claimed that she wanted to cut off his feelings. At that time, she said that she discovered a big secret of Yu Shu, and that if she said it, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. He believed that it was true, but after several times using the Heavenly Book of Chaos, he found that Shui Yun was simply lying to him. "Last time, you said that she was a lonely soul reincarnated. This time, are you going to tell me that she is some kind of demon?" Jing Chen's handsome face, which had always been indifferent, showed a rare trace of mockery. "I didn't lie to you." Shui Yun suddenly became excited. She raised her head and refuted, "Senior brother, you know that I was born with the heart of Chiqiao Linglong. I will never misjudge people. No one in the entire Mount Longhu can compare to me. Miss Yu doesn't look like someone who will live a long life, but she can stay by your side safely for so long. Don't you think it's strange? She is not a person of this land. If it's not a lonely soul reincarnated, then what is it?" Jing Chen said calmly, "If it's not that you miscalculated, then is it that I used the Heavenly Book of Chaos wrong? Shui Yun, you are talented, but I am stronger than you. Although I am only proficient in the human chapter and the national chapter of Master's Heavenly Book of Chaos, when I succeed in my divination, I have an 80% accuracy. Your heart of Chiqiao Linglong is not the right path. 60% accuracy is already the best." He paused and then said, "What's more, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital. She is in the Imperial Historian's Library and has been in and out of the Celestial Commissioner's office. If there is really something wrong, will no one see it?" Shui Yun's mood was in a mess. Her hand on the armrest was half clenched weakly, and she said in a low voice, "How would I know what happened? Her fate has actually changed. Whether you believe it or not, I definitely did not lie to you about this matter." Then, she took a deep breath and stared at Jing Chen, saying, "Senior brother, listen to me. The important matter is important. There is no harm in talking about love affairs later." Jing Chen reached out and gently pushed aside the wheelchair in front of him. He stood up and walked upstairs. "You don't need to worry about my matters." Chapter 472. 2 days later, Shui Rui sent Lao Chui to deliver 2 pots of freshly bloomed jean to Yu Shu. There was also a letter, saying that he was busy these days and couldn't get away, so he couldn't go to Wangji Building to meet him. He asked her to send someone to the Shui mansion to deliver an invitation. Yu Shu guessed that he suddenly became busy because of what happened in Huazhen Garden. She asked Lao Chui to tell him to be careful of villains. Early in the morning, Yu Shu was about to go to Taisher Library for the morning class. When she went out with Yu Xiaoxiu, she saw a soft sedan stopped at the gate of her house. There was a maid and an old woman standing beside the sedan. They were dressed in new clothes. Behind them, there were 2 servants holding several heavy gift boxes. Then the old woman opened the sedan door and lifted the curtain. A woman in her 30s came out. She looked dignified and elegant. Obviously, she was from an official family. When Yu Shu was wondering who this person was, she heard Yu Xiaoxiu say in surprise, "Mrs. Hu?" Yu Shu then knew who this person was. She should be the only daughter of Guo Huaiyan, the minister of the Supreme Court. Mrs. Hu raised her head and saw the pair of siblings standing on the doorstep. She smiled and walked up with the old woman's hand. She said in a friendly tone, "Fortunately, I came early. Otherwise, I would have missed you." "Xiaoxiu, is this your sister?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded blankly. He couldn't figure out why Hu Tian's mother came to his house. Since Yu Shu knew who this person was, she first saluted and said, "Hello, Mrs. Hu. Thank you for taking care of my brother in the school." This Mrs. Hu was married to Assistant Minister Hu of the Ministry of Rights. She was a rank 4 official. Even a female fortune-teller like her had to be polite when she saw her. "You Swansea, don't be so courteous," Madame Hu gently held Yu Shu's hand and stopped her from bowing. She said softly, "I am here today to thank you. Can I take up some of your time and talk inside?" Yu Shu thought that the secret letter she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to bring to Madame Hu a few days ago had taken effect. She turned sideways and invited him in. She stayed 2 steps behind and asked Lu Zhongxian to send Yu Xiaoxiu to school. They entered the room, sat down, and served tea. Before Madame Hu took a sip of the tea, she straightened her body and bowed to Yu Shu. "Thank you, Yu Swansea, for telling me the truth and sparing my son a great calamity. I am very grateful." Yu Shu hastily stepped forward to help her up. "Mrs. Hu is too serious," she said. "It was that child Xiaoxiu who asked me," she said. "It was only because of that child Xiaoxiu who asked me that I was meddlesome enough to help your son. To be honest, if Xiaoxiu and Tian didn't study together and have a good relationship, I wouldn't have interfered in your family's business." That day, she divined that Hu Tian would encounter a bloody disaster and that the murderer was a man named Xiao Hu. She wrote a letter and asked Yu Xiaoxiu to give it to Madame Hu. She told Madame Hu all these. In order to avoid Madame Hu's disapproval, she even stamped her personal seal on the letter. It seemed to be a simple task, but in fact, it was risky. If Madame Hu trusted her, it would be best for her to take precautions. If Madame Hu didn't trust her and something happened to Hu Tian, she might take the letter and trust her. Madame Hu, a woman who lived in the house, had the most unnecessary thoughts. After the matter was over, how could she not think about it carefully? She knew that she owed Yu Shu a big favor, so she condescendingly came to visit her in person. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that she took advantage of the situation and got rid of a pregnant and restless concubine in the backyard. Therefore, she was even more grateful to Yu Shu. The process was full of twists and turns. When Madame Hu saw Yu Shu coming to pull her, she took the opportunity to hold her hand. They sat side by side on the short couch. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from her eyes and said to Yu Shu, "If I had known that Yu Swansea was so capable, I might have been able to sleep more peacefully. I might as well say something out of anger. Those aristocratic families in the capital are very useful. If I really ask them to do something for my son, none of them will tell me the truth. They will either avoid the topic or be vague. I'm afraid that I will say something wrong and ruin their reputation." Yu Shu finally understood. She was also curious before. With Hu Tian's family background and Lord Guo's reputation, why couldn't they find a few De masters to look at his grandson? Why did they have to be so timid and keep Hu Tian at home? It turned out that she thought they were stupid. It was precisely because of Hu Tian's precious life that others didn't dare to make a judgment. They were afraid that if they said something wrong, the two families would hold a grudge against them. After all, it was difficult to be accurate. The Luyao technique that Taoist Qingjing passed on to her was already a unique skill. If she used it to the extreme, she would only be 60% accurate. If it weren't for the fact that her time of calamity law was extremely accurate, she wouldn't have made such a conclusion. Unfortunately, the range of her time of calamity law was limited. Otherwise, all the Dai masters in the city of Anling combined their skills wouldn't be as good as the one in her hand. At this moment, Yushu felt like she was guarding a gold mine, but she could only dig until the entrance. She had no choice but to dig bit by bit. This time, Madame Hu was also angry. She started to complain about those aristocratic families in front of Yushu. It wasn't that she liked to gossip, but she was afraid. On the contrary, Yushu didn't pretend to be polite when faced with her straightforward words. She comforted her with a gentle voice and said, "Madam, don't overpraise me. In terms of ability, I may not be better than the masters of the aristocratic families. I just want you to be on guard as much as possible. If I really can't predict correctly, I can only blame myself for not being good enough." Although Yushu said it modestly, she didn't intend to hide her ability. She still looked indifferent. Madame Hu was a meticulous person. She looked at Yushu up and down and believed that she was really capable. Few people in the city of Anling could predict the fatal disaster accurately. Before Madame Hu got married, she was the only daughter in her family. Her father once wanted her to be a cook, so he raised her as a man for several years. She could be regarded as a knowledgeable woman. Therefore, she didn't think that Yushu was poor and intended to make friends with her. "I heard that Yuswanzi has entered the LoveLore Library to study. Not long ago, he was lucky enough to go to the Emperor's mausoleum to worship his ancestors. If he can become an official in the future, he will have a bright future. He will be better than us who have to rely on the servants in the inner chamber. I will have to work for you in the future. You must accept this gift." As Madame Hu spoke, she asked her maid to ask the servants in the yard to bring the gifts in. She put them on the table one by one and gave the list to Yushu. Although Yushu loved money, she didn't want to accept Madame Hu's gift. This was what Yu Xiaoxiu asked her to do. She would help him if she could. It was not a big deal for her to accept the gift. Madame Hu probably saw her reluctance on her face. She smiled in her heart. She stood up and opened the boxes, saying, "I was afraid that you wouldn't like gold and silver, so I specially selected them. This box is tea made by my father, and this box is rouge and face powder made by the palace. These two are just my sincerity. In addition, there is a piece of century-old peach wood root and a piece of longting wood. I think you will need them." An idea came to Yushu. She walked to the table and stared at the dark golden wood in a big box. It was the same color as what she saw on the list of rare objects. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 473. After sending Mrs. Hu away, Yushu turned around and put the gifts she sent into her room. Then, she went out of the door happily. With the century-old mahogany root, the thing that she had wanted to give to Shui Rui would finally have a chance. Today was Fang Zijing's morning class, so Yushu arrived a little late. She slipped into Su Shui Tang through the back door. As usual, Fang Zijing was wearing a loose robe that did not fit him. His thin body was stuck in a spacious armchair, and his left hand was playing with a thin and long fate stick. He was explaining a chapter of Qiminyao Shu. His withered eyelids were drooping, as if he did not notice that Yushu was late. Situ Qinglan saw Yushu and winked at her, indicating that she should leave an empty space for her. Yushu hurriedly bent over and sat down. "Did you bring the book?" Situ Qinglan asked in a low voice. Yushu nodded and put down the bookcase that was slung over her shoulder. She took out a book called The Complete Records of Qi Men Dun Jia Tong Zong, and carefully listened to Fang Zijing's explanation. "Ah." Yushu turned around and saw Situ Qinglan staring at her wrist in surprise. Yushu looked down and found that her sleeve had slipped up when she took the book, revealing the bracelet on her left wrist. The transparent topaz bead was shining with a layer of light, like a ball of morning light. It lit up half of her wrist. No wonder it attracted Situ Qinglan's attention. Situ Qinglan hurriedly looked away and smiled apologetically at Yushu. Yushu also smiled back and quietly put down her sleeve to cover the ball in her hand. It was not until the morning class was over that Situ Qinglan couldn't help but grab Yushu's hand and ask curiously and shyly, "What's that on your hand?" "It's so beautiful." Yushu generously raised her hand for her to see and said, "It's a crystal water essence." Situ Qinglan held her hand and looked at it carefully. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Situ Qinglan had been raised by the Dai Master Fang Zijing since she was a child. She had seen many worldly things. But in her mind, the water essence, no matter how smooth it was polished, was just an ordinary gem. How could it be compared to the string of water essence on Yushu's hand? It looked so delicate, as if it had been dyed with water. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "It doesn't look like it. You are talking about the water essence, and I am talking about the ice crystal." Saying this, she took down the string of topaz and showed it to Situ Qinglan. She was not afraid that Situ Qinglan would find it strange. Sometimes it was better to be in the open than to be in the dark. Situ Qinglan held the string of crystal and keenly felt a trace of coldness in her palm. She held it gently and couldn't help praising, "It's good stuff. Where did you buy it? I have never seen anyone wear it." Yushu curled up the corner of her mouth and said proudly, "It's the first one in the whole Enling city, and it's in my hand." Of course you have never seen anyone wear it. It was not that she liked to show off. If she wanted to make a fortune with this thing in the future, she had to advertise it first. According to her observation, Situ Qinglan was a smooth and slick person in the LoveLore Library. She was well-informed and inquisitive. What she said just now might be spread to many people tomorrow. Sure enough, hearing Yushu's tone, Situ Qinglan was surprised again. She felt that the bead necklace in her hand was a little heavier. She hurriedly handed it back to Yushu and watched her put it on her wrist again. She said with some envy, "I have a Hanyang bracelet. It will be cold no matter how long I wear it in summer. But it is not as beautiful as your crystal." Few girls could resist shiny jewelry, and Situ Qinglan was no exception. Unfortunately, she lived under someone else's roof and didn't have much money. Hearing Yushu's tone, she thought that the crystal was as priceless as her family's Hanyang bracelet. So she didn't ask Yushu about it again. Yushu also knew a little about Situ Qinglan's family background. Seeing her sad eyes, she felt a little sorry. She thought that when she got the finished product from old Sue, she would choose a nice pendant for her. Because they had to go back to the women's dormitory to get their books, they went out together. Yushu lived in the east courtyard, and Situ Qinglan lived in the central courtyard. They said goodbye to each other when they entered the women's dormitory. Yushu stood at the door of the room and stared at the locked door of the next room on her right for a while. Then she shook her head and went into the room. She checked the doors and windows, and then opened the window to let some air in. Then she walked around the room and found nothing. Lotus room. There was a knock on the door. It was Situ Qinglan who put down her book and came to find her. Yushu invited her in. Situ Qinglan put down the tea tray in her hand on the empty table. "I know you haven't come back often. There must be a lack of tea in the room. This is the fragrant slice I made this morning. It's soaked with flower dew and rock sugar. You can try it if you like." Yushu thanked her. She picked up an empty cup and drank by herself. She praised, "It's delicious. I like this kind of sweet tea. I also have a few kinds of fragrant slices. They taste good. I'll bring some for you next time." Since Shui Rui found out that she didn't like bitter tea, he would pack some new flower tea and fruit tea for her from time to time. The day before yesterday, he sent Lao Chui to bring her a pot of flowers and a box of fragrant slices of magnolia. She hadn't had time to taste it yet. Situ Qinglan smiled and said, we have the same taste. If you can praise it, it must be good. I'll be waiting. Don't forget to bring it for me. Yu Shu nodded. Situ Qinglan chatted for a while, and then they talked about the ancestral worshipping ceremony. I heard that the 6 of you made trouble the day before the sacrifice day. Are you okay? Situ Qinglan asked with concern. Yu Shu looked at her with a smile and said, if you want to know the truth, just ask. Don't beat around the bush. Situ Qinglan blushed a little. I'm just a little curious. Tell me about it. There was a mess. Do you know Zhan Chuyuan? That's her. Her family's Tianyu was lost. She blamed me for it. In the end, an interrogator came and asked about it. It turned out that the young lady of the Chui family, Chui Yun, stole Zhan Chuyuan's stone. She said that she accidentally dropped it into the lake. She was afraid that people would blame her, so she framed me. Lord Wang said that he would report to the Celestial Commissioner when he came back from the worshipping ceremony. Yu Shu didn't know if he reported it after he came back. But she didn't hear anything about it in the library recently. Zhan Chuyuan and Chui Yun must have found a way to hide it. No wonder Situ Qinglan asked her. Yu Shu didn't tell her in detail. She didn't even mention Shui Rui's name. She just talked about it. She didn't mention that Zhan Chuyuan and Chui Yun owed her 10 slaps. Situ Qinglan listened and frowned. She said, what a mess. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. If His Majesty blamed us, our future would be ruined. Yu Shu smiled bitterly. It's because you asked that I told you. Look, I haven't heard anything from the Celestial Commissioner since we came back from the worshipping ceremony. I guess it's going to be left unsettled. Situ Qinglan sighed. She also thought that this matter was going to be over. Seeing Yu Shu's bitter smile, she couldn't help but comfort her. The Zhan family has a strong foundation in Jiangxi. It's a taboo. Even the local yamen and military government have to rely on them. Let me tell you a secret. The young lady of the Zhan family came to the capital to study this time. It's most likely that she's going to marry into a noble family. What happened in Huazhen Garden will be spread to the higher-ups. Naturally, there will be people who will help her suppress it. Fortunately, she found out that you didn't steal her family jewels. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer in silence. Hearing this news, Yu Shu's eyes flickered. She was quiet for a moment and said, forget about Zhan Chuyuan. What's Chui Yun relying on? Isn't she a daughter of a concubine? She was so arrogant in Huazhen Garden. Situ Qinglan was a little surprised. She chuckled and said, Chui Yun is nothing. But she has an elder sister named Shui Axian. She's 1 year younger than me. She got a chance when she was young and was accepted by Princess Xiang as her adopted daughter. She was raised with Commandery Princess Shiwen for 2 years. She calls Prince Xiang's heir brother and Commandery Princess Shiwen calls her elder sister. So she's half a master. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and sneered in her heart. She knew that Chui Yun had no grudge against her. Why did she set her up? It turned out that there was such a relationship. Good job, Commandery Princess Shiwen. It turned out that this was the problem. Situ Qinglan saw that Yu Shu didn't speak. She thought she was uncomfortable, so she told her considerately, Lotus Room, don't worry. I'll tell you a piece of good news. According to my grandfather's tone, the Celestial Commissioner is looking for some vacancies when he left his post at the beginning of the year. Among them, there are 2 positions for female officials. There's a 7th grade Zanji position in the Imperial Historian's Library. You're a female fortune teller who only appears once in 10 years. Maybe you'll be able to become an official in advance this time. It was the second time for Yu Shu to hear Situ Qinglan telling her about a good thing. The last time was the selection of people in the ancestral worship ceremony. Situ Qinglan told her that she was selected, but she was rejected again in Rongxing Hall. Disapproving in her heart, Yu Shu still pretended to be curious. Didn't they say there were 2 positions? What's the other one? Situ Qinglan pursed her lips and said, I don't dare to think about the other position. It's the Imperial Lady of Kunling Bureau. She's a 5th grade Zan. She's in charge of the marriage certificate and destiny of the aristocratic families. Such an important position is like a delicious cake. They're all promoted from the Celestial Commissioner. It's not our Imperial Historian's Library's turn to choose. Yu Shu didn't care. She smiled and turned away. She chatted with Situ Qinglan for a while and then sent her out. She didn't stay in the Imperial Historian's Library. She packed up and left. When she went out of the gate, she saw the carriage under the south wall was already there. Lu Zhong. Yu Shu looked at the sweat on her coachman's shoulder and scolded him lightly. Didn't I ask you to stay an hour at night? It's such a hot day. Lu Zhong smiled and said, I'm afraid that you'll wait too long. Get in the carriage. I've prepared herbal tea for you. Be punctual next time. Yu Shu said the man again before climbing into the carriage. Are you going home or going somewhere? Chapter 474. Updated. It has been 10 days since Yu Shu came to get the beads last time. Old Su and 2 apprentices have made 1/3 of the crystal material that Yu Shu left here. This time, in addition to 80 beads, there are also several delicate and small pendants, which are all the styles chosen by Yu Shu before. The only difference is that there are no duplicates. The plain ones had crystal gourds and peaches, while the elegant ones had lotus flowers and banana leaves. Among them, the one that caught Yu Shu's eyes the most was a small purple crystal fan. She played with it for a long time. Before leaving, Yu Shu asks Old Su about which jewelry shop in the city has a good reputation. After walking out of Old Man Su's workshop, Yu Shu puts back the topaz bracelet that has changed a lot. It's good that Yu Shu is narrow-minded. She hasn't known Old Man Su for long, so she has to be careful. Yu Shu doesn't go home for lunch at noon. She goes to Wangji Building and washes the crystal products she just got. She puts half of them into the windy pool and fishes out the remaining 40 beads. The pink and purple crystal beads weren't as bright as the yellow and white crystal beads, but they shone brightly, giving off an alluring vibe. Yu Shu asks Xiaoqing to string 2 more bracelets. In case that the Reiki will leak out, she puts them in sandalwood boxes and keeps them in the shade. In the afternoon, Yu Shu goes to the gold chisel shop mentioned by Old Su and orders a few thin chains. Then she goes to the antique street in the east of the city. She goes to several shops selling fans, but she is disappointed. That's right, she originally wanted to use the 100-year-old peach tree root to make a folding fan for Shui Rui to carry around. It was both beautiful and practical, and most importantly, it could ward off evil and eliminate Yin, making it convenient for him to move around the prison. However, she asked several craftsmen today, and they all say that the peach root is not as good as peach wood. It is not suitable to make fan bones because it is easy to crack. There was one shop that said she could apply glue to prevent it from cracking, but because she hadn't done it before, the shop owner didn't care if she broke it and didn't want to pay for it, which made her stop. It was a small waste, but she was afraid that if she ruined that piece of peach wood, it would be difficult to find another one. In a flash, it was already evening. She went home resentfully. She almost forgot that tomorrow was Axian Lu's birthday and she was going to Axian's mansion as a guest. On the 16th of the 5th month, Yu Shu woke up in the morning to freshen up and change into a new set of clothes. She had Yundo twist her hair into a proper hairstyle and wore the new set of jewelry that Zhao Hui had made for her. Her dressing was not as casual as usual. Today is Axian Lu's coming-of-age day. The invitation card given to her is sent to relatives and friends. At that time, they may have to eat together. If she still wears green clothes and cloth shoes, it will be troublesome. Zhao Hui was surprised to see Yu Shu dressed up for breakfast. She wondered, what's the occasion today? It's rare to see you dressed up so neatly. Only then did Yu Shu say that she was going to attend the hairpin ceremony of the female students in Taisher Shu Garden. She took out the invitation card and showed it to her. As soon as she saw the gilded invitation card, she knew it was from a rich family. Zhao Hui anxiously slapped her leg and said, "Child, why didn't you tell me earlier that you prepared a gift?" Yu Shu honestly said that she only prepared one gift. I am going alone. Can't I prepare 2 or 3 gifts for her? She is so happy. Zhao Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where did this stingy girl come from? Go quickly and take 2 pieces of good satin from the warehouse. There is also an old jade hairpin in my dowry. Send it to add to my hair. If you really go empty-handed, you will be laughed at behind my back. Yu Shu couldn't refuse Zhao Hui's idea. She had no choice but to take Yundo to pick up 2 pieces of good makeup satin. Because she did a good deed during the Double Sun Society, Lu Tan gave it as a reward. The things were not bad. Xian's mansion was located in the west of the city. As one of the 12 families, it was one of the best. The Xian's mansion was extraordinarily built. Other people had 2 stone lions squatting in front of their house, but their mansion had a white jade pai xiao in front of their house. They were not afraid that someone would secretly chisel it. Yu Shu arrived at 9 o'clock. There were not many carriages and horses outside. Because she had the title of fortune teller, she walked through the front door. Immediately, a steward took away the book and called a maid to lead her in. Although this family was a branch of the Xian family, it was the most prestigious. Now 4 generations lived under the same roof and lived in a big mansion. On the surface, it seemed to be more harmonious than other families. Yu Shu was directly taken to the door of Xian Lu's room. After listening to the maid's report, someone opened the bamboo curtain on the other side of the door. She heard laughter inside. Alas, in the blink of an eye, you have reached the age of marriage. Time really makes people grow old. You are not as young as before. Bah, 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 today is my good day. 5th brother, if you talk nonsense again, I will go back and tell first uncle and ask you to copy books in the ancestral hall. Well, I was wondering why father scolded me last time and punished me to copy Tao Te Ching for half a month. It turned out that you were the ghost. Ah. Ha ha ha, don't scratch me. 2nd sister, 3rd sister, save me. My clothes are ruined. Yu Shu lifted her leg and walked in. She looked through the door and saw the sunlight shining everywhere. On the orange-red Persian carpet, there was a bronze mirror that was half the height of a person. A group of young men and women with bright colors surrounded a petite girl in plain clothes and were playing. Ha, ha ha. Lotus Room, you are here. As soon as Xian Lu saw Yu Shu, he pushed away 5th brother Xian who was kissing her neck and threw himself on Yu Shu's back to hide. Seeing that there was an outsider, the group of people put away their playfulness and smiled at Yu Shu seriously. Standing among the group of women, there was only one young man with a white face and no beard. He was extremely handsome. He looked at Xian Lu behind Yu Shu with a smile and his eyes were doting. Then it was time to recognize people. As Yu Shu expected, that handsome young man was Xian Lu's 5th cousin, Xian Nianguang, who was often mentioned by Xian Lu. In addition to a few Xian sisters, there were 2 or 3 close friends of Xian Lu. They were about the same age, but they were not children of Yi Shui. However, they had heard of the reputation of Yu Shu, the female fortune teller. Not knowing how Xian Lu boasted about her, 2 of the girls' eyes lit up when they saw Yu Shu. The remaining one looked at Yushu shyly, but her eyes showed that she knew her. When Yushu saw this person, she was very surprised. She didn't expect that she and Axan Lu were best friends. Well, you sisters stay and talk for a while. We will go and see how the preparation outside is going. Second sister Axan took her younger brother and sister away, leaving Axan Lu and the other four. Yushu looked at the girl she knew. She wasn't sure if the girl was willing to recognize her, so she didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the girl stepped forward and took her hand, saying, "Sister Yu, how have you been recently? I heard from father that you went to the Imperial Mausoleum to worship the ancestors a while ago." Nodding her head, Yushu smiled and said, "Is your father and mother doing well?" Chiu Yueling said, "They are good. Mother has been talking about inviting you to our home. Do you know who this person is?" She is the daughter of Chiu Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, who is helping Yushu repair the residence. She is the one who pretended to be crazy in order to escape the marriage. Seeing them talk, Xian Lu curiously asked, "When did you guys meet?" Chiu Yueling rushed to answer, "Didn't I get seriously ill a while ago? Everyone said that the feng shui of my home isn't good, so my father invited Sister Yu over to take care of me." Chapter 475. Before the auspicious hour arrived, several of Axan Lu's sisters each took out their personal gifts and showed up. The young lady of Master Zhao of Honglu Temple presented a paper-thin shell made of conch shell, saying that it was a foreign item. The daughter of Grand Scholar Ning of Wuying Hall presented a box of rare snow pear incense. Chiu Yueling's gift was much more appropriate, a set of tricolored rhinoceros horn combs with auspicious meaning. Xian Lu's dressing table was also piled with many gifts. Some were given by her family, and some were just received. They were all valuable. She beamed with joy as she fiddled with them. Her eyes turned to Yushu. She stretched out her hand and said, "What about you? Don't try to fool me. I remember you said you would give me something good last time. What can I do if I don't give it now?" Yushu patted her palm. Without waiting for Xian Lu to pout, she took out an old sandalwood box from her waist pocket and put it back in her hand. Xian Lu couldn't wait to open it. When she saw a ball of white light, she was stunned. She immediately exclaimed. The girls who were standing on both sides came closer. They thought it was something good. They were surprised to see Xian Lu carefully pick up a string of water beads. It was so dazzling. They blinked a few times and looked at it again. It was not water beads. It was obviously a kind of unknown gemstone. It was polished to a smooth and attractive surface. It was really better than jade. For a moment, the girls couldn't move their eyes away. They could only see Xian Lu happily put the white crystal bracelet on her wrist. Her originally white skin seemed to be shining. "Ah, what kind of jade is this?" Chiu Yueling asked curiously. They were all daughters of official families. Their families were wealthy. They could see any gemstone or jade. But they couldn't tell the origin of this bracelet. Yushu saw that Xian Lu was also looking at her eagerly, so she explained with a smile, "This is a crystal stone. A few days ago, I got a few pieces, so I tried to make them look like it. I also used feng shui to raise it for a few days. It's not only beautiful to wear, but also useful. The one Fei Fei is wearing is a white crystal, which can calm the nerves and nourish the brain, and help you sleep. Here, I have a string of topaz in my hand." As she spoke, she pulled up her sleeves and revealed the string of topaz she wore on her wrist, causing a few more gasps of surprise. Immediately, her wrist was grabbed by the fearless people and they all started to appraise it. "This is great. This crystal feels cool to the touch, as if it had just been taken out of the water. Older sister Yu, did you also use feng shui to raise this topaz?" Although they were envious of Yu Shu for gifting Axe and Lu a crystal bracelet, none of them asked about it. Yu Shu didn't talk about the benefits of the crystal. She only told them that this thing was made by her, and now only 2 people got it. One was in her hand, and the other was given to Axe and Lu. Axe and Lu was naturally very satisfied, and the way he looked at Yu Shu became much more affectionate. If it weren't for the fact that there were people around, he would have probably hugged Yu Shu's neck and kissed her. Later, when Mrs. Axe came to see her little daughter with her maid, Axe and Lu held her hand and acted like a spoiled child. "Mother, look, the bracelet given to me by the Lotus Mother. Isn't it beautiful? I will wear it when I bow later, okay?" Mrs. Axe also saw the crystal beads in her hand. She was surprised, but she didn't lose her composure at all. She didn't ask questions like a little girl, but thanked Yu Shu on her behalf. Then she touched Axe and Lu's head and agreed. Originally, before the hairpin ceremony, people must wear no makeup, so they couldn't wear any hairpin or ring. Bracelets and beads were not a big deal. When the auspicious time was coming, Mrs. Axe invited Yu Shu and other young ladies to the hall, leaving Mrs. Axe and her daughter to talk to each other. Among the 4 branches of the Axe family, except for an old man who retired and lived in seclusion, the head of the family was Axe and Lu's grandfather, Axe and Yen. He was the left judge of the Celestial Commissioner, a 4th-rank official. Among the 4 sons of Axe and Yen, only the 2nd master was born by the wife of the main wife. As the daughter of the 2nd branch, Axe and Lu ranked 6th among all the sisters, but she was the most delicate girl of her generation. The hairpin ceremony was very grand. The hall was full of 200 people. Most of the guests were famous madams and madams. There were even 2 commandery princesses who came to join in the fun and sat at the VIP table. Yu Shu was arranged to sit at the side of relatives and friends. She sat with Mrs. Axe and Chiu Yueling to watch the ceremony. She glanced around and saw many familiar people. For example, Commandery Princess Shiwen, who was sitting at the VIP table and laughing with others. Yu Shu's eyes stayed for a moment and then moved away. But no one knew what she was thinking. When the auspicious time came, there was a sound of playing in the music hall. Axe and Lu was helped out by an older woman of the family. She wore a plain long dress and her black hair draped over her back. Her back was straight and she was a little nervous. The Axe family invited the secretary of the Ministry of Rights. All the etiquette was done. When it was time to comb her hair and put on her clothes, she inadvertently raised her hand to show her wrist. The crystal-clear bracelet was particularly eye-catching. Almost all of the women present noticed this. Seeing this, Yu Shu snickered in her heart. Axe and Lu had unintentionally done her a great favor. Now she just needed to wait quietly. Wait for Axe and Lu to discover the benefits of this white crystal bracelet. Wait for these women to inquire about it. She was not afraid of not being able to bid for it. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. Yu Shu didn't wait for people to leave and left first. Seeing that Yu Shu was leaving, Chiu Yueling followed. "Sister Yu." Yu Shu was called by Chiu Yueling in a corner of the garden. She turned her head and saw her running in front of her. "Thank you for helping me hide it." Chiu Yueling blushed and twisted the corner of her clothes. She was very grateful to Yu Shu for helping her avoid that unhappy marriage. Yu Shu was more careful than her. She looked left and right to make sure no one was passing by. Then she said softly, "I said you don't need to thank me. Your father loves you wholeheartedly. I will let go of what happened last time, but don't do stupid things again." Chiu Yueling was ashamed but also glad. Although she lied to her parents, it was a blessing in disguise. Her family didn't force her to get married anymore. "Mother wants to invite sister to our house for tea. When are you free?" Yu Shu thought for a moment. "How about the morning after tomorrow?" Chiu Yueling said happily, "That's good. I will go back and tell mother to wait for sister to come. Yu Shu agreed and said goodbye to her. She went out on foot to find Lu Zhong on the street. Then she got on the car and went to the north of the city to find a fan shop. However, she spent the whole afternoon in vain. The next day, Fang Zijing's magic class was held every 7 days. Yu Shu came early today. As soon as she entered Shushui Tang, she was pulled out by Situ Qinglan. What's wrong? What do you mean? Situ Qinglan stamped her feet and said, I told you the day before yesterday that the position of the 7th grade Zanji of the Celestial Commissioner was taken by Miss Zhan. Yu Shu was stunned. You mean Zhan Chuyuan? Isn't it her? Yesterday, the Imperial Astronomer sent someone to deliver the letter. You weren't around, so you didn't see the scene. There were a few other outstanding female students who heard the news and their mouths were twisted in anger. I thought that this opportunity should have been yours. No matter who, it shouldn't have been her. Situ Qinglan was not convinced, but it was reasonable. Among the female students in the Taisha library, in terms of level, there was Yu Shu, a female fortune teller who rarely appeared in 10 years. In terms of family background, there were 12 aristocratic families in the capital. But Zhan Chuyuan was just a 9th grade Master Yi, and she was from a foreign aristocratic family. Who would have thought that she would be taken advantage of? Yu Shu frowned and said, who knows, there is something strange about it. Zhan Chuyuan became a female official, which was not good news for her. What do you think this Zanji is in charge of? She only knew who the senior officer of the Celestial Commissioner was, and there were 5 senior officers. Let's talk over there. Situ Qinglan and Yu Shu sat on the horizontal railing by the pond. I think you are not very clear about the internal structure of the Celestial Commissioner, so I will tell you. The Celestial Commissioner has 3 departments and 2 bureaus. The 3 departments are the Department of Clan Affairs, the Department of Taiching, and the Department of Accounting. You have participated in the Dian, so you should know about the Department of Taiching. It handles all the matters of the Dian test. All masters of Yi below the 5th grade are recorded and printed by the Department of Yi. The Department of Yi is also in charge of the names of the descendants of the various aristocratic families of Yi. The Department of Clan Affairs is even more impressive. It is in charge of the entry and exit of the royal family, the rewards and punishments of nobility, and the time and month of worship. The Department of Accounting is easy to manage. All the trading houses, no matter big or small, have to pay taxes every year. As for my property and salary, it is also distributed by the Department of Accounting. Yu Shu listened and took notes at the same time. She asked, what about the Kunling Bureau? What is it in charge of? Situ Qinglan's eyes flashed and she said slowly, the Kunling Bureau is specially set up for women. It is in charge of the bedroom of the concubines and checks the fate of the nobles. Its power is not great, but it is not trivial. Let's not talk about the Forbidden Palace for now. Think about it, it is better to be a daughter of a noble family than to marry. Sometimes, if the fate is good, it is said that it will bring prosperity to the husband and the family, and the person will be more valuable. Sometimes, if the fate is bad, it is said that it is not good for the family, and the person will be lower. When talking about marriage, which family does not carefully flatter the Kunling Bureau? Yu Shu was shocked. Only now did she realize that the power of the Celestial Commissioner was so vast. As for the Kunling Bureau, the fate was really a vital point of the noble families. This reminded her of the time when Zhao Hui was approved by the Ji family's trading house to be a widow. Her family's wealth was stolen and she was reduced to the streets. Yu Shu's emotions fluctuated. She asked again, what do you think the 7th grade Zanji is in charge of? Situ Qinglan's expression was a little strange, it is the subordinate of the Taiching Bureau. The so-called Zanji is somewhat similar to the registrar. It is more popular than other places because it is in charge of collecting the residence cards of the big and small masters of Yi in the court. What was a residence card? It was a private file that recorded a person's birth date, birthplace, clan, relatives, and other important things about him. In other words, this Sanji could check the personal information of a master of E at will. Yushu had a slight headache. She could imagine that after Zhang Shuiyuan took office, he would definitely pull out her residence card and check it. Maybe he would hand it to someone else. Although she did not do anything shameful, it would be uncomfortable to be exposed. Thank you for telling me this. Yushu stood up and patted the wrinkles of her skirt. She said to Situ Qinglan, no wonder so many people want to become an official in the Celestial Commissioner. I understand now. Chapter 476. Updated, she knows that Zhang Shuiyuan made up the story of the 7th grade Celestial Commissioner. Yushu is just depressed for one morning and then she lets it go. She copies books after class as usual. She goes home for lunch at noon and goes out to shop in the afternoon to find the skill of making fans. Yushu is a little stubborn. She wants to make a fan for Shui Rui with the century-old peach root, so she doesn't think about anything else. In fact, if Shui Rui knows that she goes out on such a hot day for him, he will be happy to take that piece of wood directly. She comes back in the evening and goes back empty-handed again. Yushu is not depressed. She calculates Shui Rui's birthday. It will be July. There is enough time. She is busy with chores during the day. At night, Yushu concentrates on studying her law of time of calamity and is not disturbed by external things. The next day, Yushu doesn't need to go to the book garden. In the morning, she takes the century-old peach route to Wangji Tower. It happens that Xia Jiangying has a letter for her with a hand-copied copy of Chess Spirit Scripture. Yushu mentioned Situ Qinglan in a letter and complained about the aristocratic families. Unexpectedly, she cares about it and makes a copy for Yushu. Sitting in the room, a maid is fanning her. Yushu takes off her coat and lies on the short couch in the study to read the letter. Not long ago, Ji Xingxuan died in prison. Yushu sends the news to Xia Jiangying guest house as soon as possible, so that Xia Jiangying knows that Ji Xingxuan is gone. She can put down the knot in her heart and wait for her marriage peacefully. As for the inside story, it is related to Shui Rui, the executor, so Yushu doesn't reveal anything. The content of Xia Jiangying's letter is mostly chatting. It is inevitable that she feels a little lonely. In the end, she even mentions a bracelet worn by the 6th Miss of the Axian family at her hairpin ceremony. Yesterday, a new friend came to visit. I heard that the 6th Madam of the Axian family of the 12 prefectures got a string of strange stones on her hairpin ceremony. It shines in the daytime and is as pure as jade. I know you are good friends with her. Can you find out what it is? Yushu laughed involuntarily. Women would always be women. It was fine even if they stayed at home, but they just had to listen to these clothes and jewelry. The news spread really fast. In just 2 days, even Xia Jiangying had heard about it. After asking Shao Qing to grind the ink, Yushu picked up the brush and wrote a reply letter. After much deliberation, she still wrote about the encounter between Lu Tan and the others in Huazhen Garden. She didn't make any unnecessary comments. If Xia Jiangying could understand it, then it would be considered as a reminder to let her know how sinister the royal family was. If she couldn't, then it wouldn't be bad for her to know more about Lu Tan. Finally, she asks Xiao Dai to take out the 2 crystal bracelets she put away the day before yesterday from the cabinet. After thinking for a while, she takes the purple one and asks Shao Qing to send it together with the letter. According to the etiquette, ordinary people are forbidden to wear purple. Only princes and nobles are qualified to wear purple. However, Xia Jiangying is going to be a princess soon, so it doesn't matter. After writing the letter, Lin Fu is talking outside. Miss, I have something to report. Yushu lets him into the small study. She drinks the half-cold magnolia fragrant slice and listens to him. The day before yesterday, a group of guests came to the restaurant. There are 8 or 9 people. They seem to be students of LoveLore Library. There are both men and women. They booked a private room in the front building and Gueba is serving the dishes. According to their conversation, there is actually a Miss surnamed Jean among them who has become a female celestial commissioner. So, she is the host to celebrate. Because they mentioned you, Gueba is outside the door and listened for a while. Yushu raises her eyebrows. What did they say about me? Tell me. Lin Fu lowered his eyebrows and said submissively, they said that Mrs. Conduct was improper and that you seem to have stolen something from that Miss Jean. Later on, you were found. They also said that Miss relied on a mistress in the palace to be so arrogant. Your hands and feet in the imperial garden were not clean, but no one dared to investigate. Hearing this, Yushu was so angry that she almost flipped over. She thought to herself, what a pair of dogs. After calming down, she confirms with Lin Fu, is there a Miss surnamed Shui who is called Yunyun? Lin Fu says yes. Yushu takes a sip of tea to cool down her anger. She squints her eyes and asks Lin Fu, you heard them talk behind my back. Didn't you charge them a few more taels of silver? Lin Fu lowers his head and whispers, it's not much. There were many guests the night before yesterday. There was no demand for fish ingredients, so I made the decision to increase the price. I charged them 300 taels of silver for a table of food and wine. In Forgotten Machine Building, 300 taels of silver for a table of food isn't the most expensive standard. But for a few students who have nothing to do, this amount of money is just right. It's enough for them to take out, but it's also painful. Yushu smiles happily and waves her hand, well done. I will charge you an extra month's salary. Put it on my account. Lin Fu retreats and continues to work in the front. Yushu thinks for a while. She takes the fan from Xiaoqing and shakes it a few times. She stands up and says, I'm sweating. Go and prepare some warm water. I'll take a bath. The two maids go out. Outside the door, Xiao Dai pulls Xiaoqing and whispers, do you think Miss will steal, take other people's things? Xiaoqing rolls her eyes and asks her, what do you think? Xiao Dai shakes her head, I don't think so. She must be framed by others. Xiaoqing snickers and whispers in her ear, you're smart. If Miss really wants something, she doesn't need to take other people's things. She can just tell the young master. Why can't she give the treasures? But when did Miss ask the young master for anything? Next time, don't ask silly questions. Be careful and make Miss angry. Xiao Dai quickly covers her mouth and nods. On the other hand, Yushu carries the peach root to the balcony. She measures the position of the wind pond and chooses an empty door next to the fish tank that doesn't affect the layout. The wind pond is useful to the crystal. She doesn't know what changes will happen to this peach root. She will come back to observe in a few days. After taking a bath, Yushu sits in a cool corner of the courtyard. She eats a watermelon while thinking about how to find a chance to slap Zhanshu Yuan and Cui Yun's mouth. She wants them to know that they shouldn't gossip about her. As for Princess Shiwen, she will remember it first and teach her a lesson in the future. Puff, puff, she spits out 3 melon seeds. Yushu puts the melon skin on the plate and picks up another piece. Then she listens to Xiaoqing's persuasion. Miss, it's going to be lunch soon. Eat less cold food or your stomach will hurt. Yushu is a little hungry. She puts down the melon and says, then let's prepare lunch. Just cook 2 dishes. Don't make too much and you won't be able to eat it. After returning from Huajian Garden, Yushu eats at Wang Ji restaurant for the first time. The cook made a special stove for her and 2 of her favorite dishes are cooked very well. Yushu sits alone at the table. The first few mouthfuls are delicious, but after that, she gradually feels that the food is bland. It's the same dishes, but there's one less pair of chopsticks and one less person to pick food for her. Her appetite is gone for no reason. After returning to the capital and not seeing each other for 6 or 7 days, Yushu misses Shuai for the first time. She holds the chopsticks and is slightly distracted. She doesn't know what that person is busy with. Chapter 477. In the end, Yushu didn't go to visit Shuai. After lunch, she suddenly remembered that she promised Qiu Yueling the day before yesterday that she would visit the assistant minister's mansion, so she ordered the kitchen to prepare a box of fruit pastries to accompany her. When she arrived at the Qiu's mansion, a maid from the inner courtyard came out to greet Yushu as soon as she entered the second gate. Hearing the servant's report, Mrs. Qiu put down the account book in her hand. She asked the old maid beside her to prepare tea and fruits and asked someone to call Miss Qiu. When Yushu met the mother and daughter of the Qiu family, they were very polite to each other. I was delayed by something in the morning. I didn't disturb Madam's lunch, did I? It's good that you can come. Yushu guessed that Mrs. Qiu must have something to say since she invited her to visit the mansion several times. Sure enough, after Qiu Yueling showed up and said a few words, Mrs. Qiu sent her back to her room to do needlework. Madame Qiu then got straight to the point. My daughter's marriage had some problems before, but fortunately Mr. was able to see through the marriage calamity, so a disaster was avoided. We shouldn't have mentioned this matter so soon, but my daughter will be 17 in 2 months. Master and I have discussed that we should arrange a suitable marriage for her, so that there won't be people gossiping outside and delaying Yunyang. Therefore, I invited Mr. here today to ask you to take a look at her horoscope, so as to prevent any more mistakes. I have several suitable candidates here, and I hope Mr. can help me. After this matter is settled, I will definitely thank you. Talking about marriage was a private matter. Mrs. Qiu could talk to Yushu so openly not because she was stupid. On the contrary, it was because when Qiu Yueling got crazy and Yushu saw her family's dirty linen, she panicked for a long time, but no unfavorable rumors were spread, so she believed in Yushu's character. Yushu thinks of another story. It turns out that the family that the Qiu family wanted to marry was one of the 12 aristocratic families in the capital. Later, no matter what, the marriage broke down. The other side would certainly be unhappy. So Madame Qiu didn't dare to send the 8 characters Gung invitation to the Dai exchange house for fortune-telling. Then she remembered that she had no background. Yushu said with a smile, "There is no need for Furen to be so courteous. Qiu Darren is still kind enough to help me supervise the repair of the residence. There is no need to thank me for such a small matter." She wasn't good at reading people's fates, but someone else was. Seeing that Yushu readily agreed, Madame Qiu happily ordered her personal maid to take out several cards from her collection and hand them over to Yushu. Yushu took the papers and flipped them over. She laughed in her heart. This Madame Qiu has really cast a wide net. Unexpectedly, she has chosen 5 or 6 families' young masters. But I have to remind you that you can't tell anyone about this. Madame Qiu was still a bit worried. Yushu closed the cards and nodded. She said, "Furen, wait for my reply." Madame Qiu was relieved. The smile on her face relaxed a lot. She stared at Yushu for a while and asked, "I heard from Yunyang that you gave a string of strange stones to Miss Xan's hairpin ceremony the other day. Is it called a crystal or something? I'm curious. Can I have a look?" Yushu raised her eyebrows. She directly raised her hand and took the string of sparkling topaz from her wrist. She gave it to the maid and showed it to Madame Qiu. After Madame Qiu saw it, she was not surprised. She praised it a few times. But when she saw Yushu's generous face, she remembered her daughter's coquettish behavior yesterday. She couldn't help but ask, "May I know where did you buy this kind of bead?" Yushu pretended to be proud and said, "To tell you the truth, the same kind of crystal is hard to find in the outside world. Didn't Miss Chiu tell Madam that I carefully raised this bracelet in my family's feng shui pond? It's so clean and bright. Although it's not as good as a beautiful jade, it can bring good luck to people. Look at me wearing this topaz. I picked up some silver a few days ago when I went out. The white crystal I gave to Axian Lu is good for calming the nerves. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Chiu to ask her if she's sleeping better than usual these days." Yushu had been in the insurance business in her previous life. She had seen countless sales tactics and knew how to attract people's interest. Madame Chiu became more and more surprised. She stroked the bead in her hand and found that the gemstone was still cool when taken off from Yushu's hand. It was really strange. When she came back to her senses, Madame Chiu realized that it was a bit rude of her to keep holding other people's valuables. She embarrassedly asked the maid to hand the bracelet back to Yushu. She smiled at her and said, "You must be joking. I love to collect these rare things. If you have more of these, you would rather give them to me. That would be great." As Yushu put on the bracelet, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, madam. I only have 3 of the same bracelets. One was given to the 6th daughter of the Axian family, and the other was taken by the 5th daughter of the Xia family." Madame Chiu's eyebrows jumped. Wasn't Miss Xia Jiang the one who was appointed to marry the 9th prince in the palace? Why did it sound like Yushu was very familiar with her? Although she was confused, she couldn't ask about Yushu's personal relationship. She could only suppress her doubts. At the same time, she felt it was a pity. No matter how good it was, she couldn't ask the other to give it to her. After Yushu finished showing off, she didn't have the mood to stay any longer. She put away the half-stack of calligraphy and got up to leave. Madame Chiu took the initiative to send her out of the second door. Only then did she order her personal maid to follow. When Madame Chiu returned to her room, she was pestered by Chiu Yueling. "Mother, how was it? Did you ask for me?" Chiu Yueling didn't know what Madame Chiu was planning to do with her marriage. She only cared about the crystal bracelet. Madame Chiu patted her lovingly and coaxed, "Sir, you only raised 3 such beads. One was given to the Axian family's girl, one was given to the future Princess Jing, and there aren't any more." Chiu Yueling gloomily said, "If I had known Yu Jijia earlier, then maybe she would have given me one." Chiu Furen was upset and reached out to pinch her. She lightly scolded, "Who did you learn to be so shallow? Mother has not kept good things for you. Wait until your father comes back and then I'll scold you." Chiu Yueling knew that she had said the wrong thing and quickly begged for forgiveness. Madame Chiu loved her daughter and scolded her a few more times. Yushu left the Chiu family and went to Xia Jiang's guest house. When Xia Jiangmin heard her arrive, she was in the middle of her afternoon nap. She immediately woke up and changed into the clothes she wore to greet guests. She hurried to the flower hole. It had been almost a month since they last met. Yushu felt that Xia Jiangmin had become even more beautiful. With her thick skin standing next to her, it was like a fresh flower matched with weeds. She had just teased her when she received a pay. "You still remember to come and see me. I wrote you to come and talk to me, but you ignored me. I really don't know what you are busy with all day." Yushu held her soft hand and squeezed it, saying, "Who is as idle as you? All you do is eat and sleep at home and wait to get married." The young miss of the Yishui family was not like those from scholarly families. She did not do needlework and did not need to hide in her room to embroider pillows when she got married. Of course, she had nothing to do and lived like a pig. Xia Jiangmin was annoyed and gritted her teeth, saying, "How about I switch with you?" Yushu quickly covered her mouth and looked outside. She glared at her, saying, "What nonsense are you saying? If your father hears it, he will be afraid that I will lead you astray." If that happens, I won't even be able to close the door. Xia Jiangmin angrily pulled down her hand and pulled her outside. It's hot here. Let's go sit in the pavilion by the lake. I will make tea for you. Why did you come here at this hour? Aren't you afraid of the sun? The afternoon sun is so hot. You are not white in the first place. If you burn another layer of skin. Yushu understood that Xia Jiangmin usually had no one to talk to, so she listened to her chatter. The two went to the lake, and the maids went to make tea to appease the mosquitoes. Of course, she had to mention the amethyst bracelet that Yushu asked someone to send yesterday. Xia Jiangmin intimately leaned against Yushu and played with the crystal bead on her wrist. She smiled sweetly and said, "When I got it yesterday, I was shocked. It turned out to be yours." Then she rolled her eyes and said angrily, "If I didn't mention it, you probably wouldn't remember me. You gave it to the sister of the Axean family first, and then you gave it to me. Why am I not as close to you as she is?" Yushu couldn't help laughing. With one hand held by her, she poured tea with the other. "If you compare like this, then I will say that it is more valuable to you than to her. Are you happy now?" Xia Jiangmin didn't think that purple was only suitable for her. She curled her lips into a satisfied smile and put down her sleeves. "Forget it this time. Next time, if there's anything good, send it to me first." Yushu also liked her coquettish and cute personality, so she casually agreed and said, "I still have a few pendants. When they are well, I will give you two to play with. How can a few stones compare to a friendship that has been through life and death?" After laughing, Yushu asked her, "The marriage appointment document has been issued for a month. Why hasn't the celestial commissioner chosen an auspicious date?" Xia Jiangmin said, "According to my father, he just chose it 2 days ago and is waiting for the emperor to approve. Didn't I tell you? My third uncle is on the way and will arrive in the capital in a few days." Although it was an imperial marriage, the customs couldn't be exempted. Xia Jiang's came from the south with 10 li of dowry. Yushu let out a sigh of relief for her and said, "That's good. After you get married, you don't need to be so restrained anymore. It's good to have some social interaction." These days, Yushu saw that the emperor had some taboos towards the rich and powerful families of these places. For example, Wen Chen and Xia Jiang's. Although they were the leaders of the north and south, they didn't even have a proper mansion in the capital. They had to live in another guest house. Xia Jiangmin was married to a prince. Before the wedding, she followed Xia Jiang's Helang and didn't step out of the door. It was as if she was afraid that they would go out and hook up. Xia Jiangmin's eyes flashed and she snorted, "That's right, they're always so restrained. Even now, I don't know many people. If it wasn't for my father, forget it, let's not talk about this. Why did you come to find me today? I don't believe that you came to see me for no reason. Don't think that I don't know you." Yushu rubbed her nose, thinking that this girl had grown smarter. She took out a few name cards from her bosom. They were from Chiu Furen. "This is the female's horoscope. These are the male's horoscope. Didn't I teach you the 6 lines? Combine them for me and write them down for me." When Yushu sent the future Jing Wang Fei, she didn't feel guilty at all. Xia Jiangmin looked suspiciously at the name on the paper and asked, "When did you change to being a matchmaker?" Chapter 478. The next day, Yushu went to the LoveLore Library for a class again. Fang Zijing's Qimen Dun Jia was on the first chapter. She had benefited a lot from it. She had prepared a pen and paper for the lecture. She was listening and taking notes at the same time. She had the spirit of studying in her previous life, which attracted Fang Zijing's attention. After class, Mr. Fang beckoned for her to come over. He took the notebook that she had taken notes in class and flipped through it. When he handed it back, he said, "Not bad." As a result, all the students present heard it and began to take notes in the next lecture. Gradually, it became a learning style. "I heard that you raised a few strings of stones." Fang Zijing asked Yushu. Yushu didn't expect that even he had heard about it. She took off the topaz in her hand. Fang Zijing pinched it with 2 fingers and looked a little surprised. His eyes were so sharp that he found the beauty and shortcomings of the topaz in his hand. He frowned and said, "It's good at first, but it's opportunistic. After a long time, it will lose its spirituality and need to be raised repeatedly." Yushu touched her nose. She also knew that the crystal bracelet had to be put back in her feng shui pool to be purified after a period of time. She wanted to take advantage of this and do some after-sales service. Now that Fang Zijing pointed it out, it was a little boring. Fang Zijing snorted and gave the bracelet to her. He said, "Get one for me later." Yushu was stunned. Fang Zijing snorted. He could tell that she was being stingy, and he was unhappy. Looking at her eyes, it was as if he was a thick-skinned old man. Who knew how many people were fighting to curry favor with him? Wasn't it because he liked Qinglan? Otherwise, why would he want this girl's plaything? He didn't expect that Yushu would say, "Academician, do you want it for Situ?" "That's not necessary. I originally wanted to give her one, but I haven't raised it yet. I will give it to her in a few days." Fang Zijing suddenly felt that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He waved his hand expressionlessly and let her go. Situ Qinglan was waiting for Yushu outside the Zushuitang. She didn't know that her grandfather was helping her to get something. When she saw Yushu, they went to hide together. Situ Qinglan told her about the gossip she heard recently. The Imperial Astronomer's document has been issued. Zhan Shuyuan can only take office after the examination. Some people have seen her pestering Academician Jing with questions these 2 days. It's obvious that she has an ulterior motive. Many people are waiting to see her make a fool of herself by drawing lots. If she fails the examination in the end and loses the position that she has won, it will be ridiculous. Yushu furrowed her brows. She didn't know why this Jing Qin was always at odds with her. Every single time, he would get involved with someone she couldn't get along with. Last time, it was Ji Xingxuan. This time, it was Zhan Shuyuan. Then she thought of the jar of tiger bones that was sent to her house a few days ago. She felt that there was something fishy about it. "But why does it sound like you have a grudge against Zhan Shuyuan?" Yushu turned her head and looked at her with a faint smile. She asked directly. Situ Qinglan was a little embarrassed and sneered, "It's because she likes to stir up trouble behind people's backs. It's okay for people like me to talk about it. But she doesn't care about her words. Before you went to worship the ancestors, I saw her and others talking about me behind my back. She said I was shameless." Humph. Yushu immediately understood. She knew that Situ Qinglan didn't use her as a tool. Her face became better again. She rolled her eyes and said, "I also don't like her. Should we teach her a lesson?" Situ Qinglan hesitated. "How? Are we going to quarrel with her face to face? That would be a joke. Quarrel is nothing. It doesn't hurt." Yushu shook her head. "It depends on whether you are afraid of offending her or not." "I don't care. We already quarreled in Huajian Garden." Situ Qinglan didn't want to act on impulse. "It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to." Yushu patted her on the shoulder. She didn't want to force her. Then she changed the topic in case she felt embarrassed. In fact, if she wanted to teach Zhan Shuyuan a lesson, it didn't matter if she brought Situ Qinglan or not. She just wanted to find a chance to go through thick and thin with her, so that they could get along better in the future. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the philosopher's tower where the predecessor's personal letters and rare books were kept. As soon as they entered, Yushu noticed that the atmosphere inside was a little off. It was mainly because she saw a few people walking to and fro outside the row of bookshelves in front. They were obviously not looking for books, but seemed to be watching a show instead. Situ Qinglan said to Yushu, "Let's go and have a look." Okay. As they walked over, they found out what those people were peeping at. In the aisle between the two rows of bookshelves, sunlight shone in from the east window. Jing Chen raised one arm and slowly rummaged through the bookshelves. A pretty girl in a pink dress stood beside him, holding a half-open book in her hand. She looked up and asked, her eyes full of longing and her cheeks slightly red. Academician Jing, among the 64 hexagrams, why is the Jin hexagram in the astrological position? Jing Chen didn't look back at the girl, but answered seriously, "This is a strange hexagram. There are no stars to represent it. Kuan is below, Li is above. The sun and the earth are connected, so it is good for people's luck." Seeing this, Situ Qinglan curled her lips and turned around to mock Yushu. But she saw that Yushu was looking at the two people in front of her indifferently. Feeling bored, she pulled Yushu and whispered, "Lotus room, let's go upstairs." On the other side, Jing Chen's ears moved. He turned his face and saw a pair of silent eyes. His heart stopped for a moment, and he couldn't look away. Zhan Shuyuan found something wrong with Jing Chen, so she followed his eyes and turned around. At a glance, she saw the tall Yushu standing a few feet away. Her face stiffened at first, but then she thought of the change of identity, so she raised her chin and threw away the trace of timidity. "You Swansea, long time no see. How are you?" Looking at Zhan Shuyuan's behavior, Yushu knew that she didn't learn from her mistakes. She thought that once she became the Celestial Commissioner, she would have someone to support her. After being instigated by Cui Yun, she dared to confuse right and wrong and slander her. Now seeing her, she was actually not afraid. "I'm good, but not as good as Miss Zhan. I heard that you filled the vacancy of the Celestial Commissioner. Do I have to call you my lord?" There was no fierceness on Yushu's face. She said with a sigh, as if she was a little envious, but also as if she didn't remember the unhappy things that happened in Huazhen Garden. Zhan Shuyuan smiled, and her eyes flashed with pride. She became more courageous, shook the scroll in her hand, and pretended to be modest. "You're flattering me. I still have to pass the assessment to be the official position. It's not too late for you to change the way you address me after you take up the position." Then she paused, raised her voice, and laughed, "Hee hee, you won't believe it. I was surprised on the day I received the document. If I knew that the Celestial Commissioner would choose one of the candidates for the ancestral worship this time, and you Swansea is more outstanding than us in Huazhen Garden. Moreover, she's a female Swansea who doesn't appear in 10 years. I thought this position would belong to you. Who knew that the Celestial Commissioner has a different vision and chose me in the end? I'm really sorry." Although she said sorry, her face was obviously full of sarcasm, and her words were even more sarcastic, which attracted the attention of several people who were not far away. Situ Qinglan frowned, and looked at Yushu worriedly. But she saw that the corner of Yushu's mouth slowly curved up, which made Situ Qinglan's heart skip a beat. The next moment, Yushu moved, and walked forward with big steps. Slap! No one was prepared, and she slapped Zhan Shuyuan's face loudly. Situ Qinglan, who was standing behind Yushu, was stunned, and so was Jing Chen, who was standing behind Zhan Shuyuan. Some people who were watching the scene were also stunned. Zhan Shuyuan's face was burning. She screamed, and covered her face. She stared at Yushu with her eyes wide open, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She actually slapped her. In front of these people, in front of, in front of Academician Jing. Let me teach you a lesson. If you see me in the future, stay away from me. Zhan Shuyan took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly turned red. She screamed angrily, you bitch, slap. Before she could say anything, Yushu raised her hand and slapped her on the other side of the face, which made everyone dumbfounded. Zhan Shuyan's heart was beating like thunder. Seeing Yushu put up 3 fingers in front of her, no one knew what she was thinking, but when she looked at Yushu again, she looked like a Rakshasa who was asking for a debt, and her face became horrible. She shivered and took half a step back. She was full of humiliation and fear, and didn't dare to speak again. Seeing Zhan Shuyan being slapped by Yushu, Situ Qinglan felt happy at first, but then she was worried about how Yushu would deal with it. At this moment, she saw Zhan Shuyan holding her rapidly red and swollen cheek, choking. She lowered her head and ran away from Yushu. She pushed away several people in the aisle, and ran away crying without looking back. Yushu gently shook her numb palm, and looked up to meet Jing Chen's confused and disapproving eyes. It was like a similar scene in her memory. She immediately sneered and turned to leave. However, when she took a step forward, her arm was grabbed by him. Little. Seeing Yushu's cold face, Jing Chen couldn't call her little fish. He felt bitter in his chest and whispered, she was wrong to mock you, but you didn't have to hit her. It had been a long time since they parted, and this was the first time Jing Chen had spoken to her directly. Yushu no longer felt sad, but only felt that it was ridiculous. She had forgotten when this person in front of her, who was so familiar to the point of being a stranger, had become like this. He could be soft-hearted to anyone but her, his heart was as hard as iron. She didn't want to explain more to him. She raised her eyebrows arrogantly and said coldly, Academician Jing, don't you know the rules of the Taisha Library? I am a 4th-class female mathematician, and she is a 9th-class teacher, but she doesn't respect me. Shouldn't I teach her a lesson? After that, without waiting for his reply, she pushed his hand away and walked out. Situ Qinglan hurriedly followed. She looked back and saw Academician Jing watching them leave in the light and shadow under the window. He seemed to be covered with a layer of loneliness. When they left, the onlookers also left. Jing Chen stood there for a long time before he sighed softly. He knew that she often came here. He had no class today, but he also came to the Taisha Library and waited here. They finally met and parted on bad terms. Chapter 479. Situ Qinglan followed Yushu out of the hiding place. She followed Yushu's fast footsteps all the way down the corridor. Then she noticed that Yushu slowed down. Lotus Room, are you okay? Situ Qinglan looked at Yushu's slightly gloomy side face and asked cautiously. Yushu shook her head. She was lost in thought. Then she calmed down and turned to Situ Qinglan, saying, how was it? Was the 2 slaps enough to vent your anger? Situ Qinglan remembered how Zhan Shuyan covered his face and cried away. She pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at Yushu, her eyes lit up. She nodded and asked curiously, I was wondering why she didn't even dare to fight back when you slapped her like that. As far as she knew, Zhan Shuyan was a domineering person. How could she become a punching bag in front of Yushu? Wasn't she quite arrogant at the beginning? Yushu chuckled and told her about the bet between them in Huazhen Garden. Zhan Shuyan and Cui Yun had slapped her 10 times equally. Situ Qinglan suddenly understood. Then she felt that Zhan Shuyan was not smart enough. With such a weakness in Yushu's hand, she still dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhan Shuyan. Wasn't she asking for a beating? But you slapped her face in front of these people today. She must be resentful. What if she takes revenge on you in the future? You know, she is going to be an official of the Celestial Commissioner soon. She has more power than us for no reason. It's inevitable that she will be arrogant. Yu Shu turned her head and glanced at her. Am I afraid? Situ Qinglan was stunned. Looking at her indifferent face, she immediately remembered one thing. The woman in front of her had once defeated several outstanding disciples of Academician Han. She dared to snatch the seal of Academician Han and scolded him in public. She didn't even give face to Han Wingguang. Why would she be afraid of Zhan Shuiyuan? If you feel that you have vented your anger, do me a favor. Yu Shu patted her on the shoulder and didn't care that passers-by heard it. I will tell you how Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun owe me 10 slaps. You spread the news so that people will know that I didn't slap her face for nothing. Is that okay? Situ Qinglan was still a little scared. She hesitated for a moment and agreed, it's not difficult. I will help you. Yu Shu smiled, but didn't thank her. The two of them left the inner courtyard together, tacitly not mentioning what had happened in the treasury. As soon as Yu Shu sat in the carriage, her face darkened. When Jing Chen sent someone to deliver the tiger bones that day, she was already suspicious. Today, when she met Jing Chen in the Tower of Philosophers, if she still couldn't sense that something was amiss, then she would have grown a brain for nothing. Just before the worship ceremony, Jing Chen, who had turned a blind eye to her in Rongxing Hall, suddenly changed his attitude and approached her intentionally or unintentionally. Why? After thinking about it, she could only come up with one plausible explanation: the person who had broken the order had been found. In that case, the reason why Jing Chen approached her again was because his destiny was broken, so he had no worries and was not afraid that his so-called Taoist heart would be shaken. No, that's not right. If that's the case, with his temperament, if he wanted to reconcile with me, he should have directly told me about Piming. Why did he have to give up what's close at hand and seek what's far away, using that tiger bone to please me? This was strange. Since he didn't break his life, why would he dare to provoke her? Wasn't he afraid that he would fall in love with her again and implicate the people of Mount Longhu? Or, did he have another purpose for doing this? Yu Shu's face darkened more and more, and her thoughts stagnated. She couldn't figure it out for a moment, and faintly felt that something was wrong. So, she took out the Luyao coin from her waist, calmed her mind, threw it on the tea table, and made a hexagram. She muttered some words and tried to solve the problem, but unexpectedly, both times were empty hexagram. It was a pity that her 8 characters and Piming didn't match, so she couldn't find any clues. Yu Shu patted her knees again and again. In this hot and dry weather, it was easy to feel bored. When she thought that Jing Chen might have another purpose for approaching her again, even the coolness of the crystal on her wrist couldn't dispel the inexplicable anxiety in her. The person who had gone through thick and thin with her, who had been through life and death with her, now made her suspicious and vigilant. Was there anything worse than this? Lu Zhong, go to the Supreme Court. She wanted to see Shui Rui. Now, even if she couldn't tell him, at least let her know that there was someone she could trust. There were guards on the street in front of the Supreme Court during the day. Only the carriages of officials could pass. Yu Shu got off at the street and walked to the gate of the government office. She was a little impulsive when she came here. When she walked to the gate and looked at the quiet government office in front of her, she hesitated. It was early in the morning, and Shui Rui was working. If she came here rashly, would it affect his work? Because of this hesitation, she stood on the opposite side of the street for a long time. Just when she was about to retreat and turn around to leave, she heard a call. Hey, Lotus House. Yu Shu heard the sound and looked to the west. She saw someone riding a military horse not far away. He turned over and waved to her. Are you looking for Brother Rui? Why don't you go in? Feng Xiaomiao was surprised to see Yu Shu here. He grinned at her and tied the horse to a tree on the side of the road. Being caught, Yu Shu was a little uncomfortable. She looked at Feng Xiaomiao, who was wearing 2 pieces of light armor and dressed like an officer. He was a little tanned and looked more energetic than before. She said, "Have you entered the military office?" "Yes, my father transferred me to the Donglin camp to suffer. I came to ask Brother Rui to do something. Look at the hot weather. Why are you standing outside? Let's go in and cool down." Feng Xiaomiao tied the horse, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and gestured for her to go in with him. Yu Shu no longer hesitated. They entered the Supreme Court office together. Several guards with knives in front of the door seemed to recognize Feng Xiaomiao and did not stop them. "Brother Rui said that you went to worship the ancestors this time. How was it? Was it fun?" Feng Xiaomiao and Yu Shu were not strangers. They had a lot to talk about when they met. "What fun. I shouldn't have gone. The person who was originally chosen sprained his ankle, so I went to make up the number." Yu Shu told him the inside story indifferently. She asked curiously, "Do you know what Brother Shui has been busy with recently? I haven't seen him in the days since he came back." "Oh, I heard that the emperor decreed to change the law. Brother Rui was assigned to lead the people to tidy up the Supreme Court. I came to see him the day before yesterday and saw that he was very busy." Being a civil official is not much easier than being a military general," Feng Xiaomiao gloated. Yu Shu did not think it was funny. Instead, she felt a little guilty. She had never asked about Shui Rui's affairs, but now even Feng Xiaomiao knew more about Shui Rui than she did. It really made her feel guilty as his lover. Did she not care about Shui Rui too much? Feng Xiaomiao did not know what Yu Shu was thinking. He took her into the back hall and found the registry office. As soon as Yu Shu entered the library, the light above her head was dim. She first felt a stuffy bookish smell hit her face. She wrinkled her nose and scanned the 4 walls. She thought that the layout was the same, but she saw that the 4 wide walls were nailed with bookshelves more than 10 feet high. There were a few wooden ladders leaning against the side. There were only a few skylights at the top of the wall to let in the light. No wonder there was such a strong smell. Such an airtight and simple environment was very different from what she had imagined. When she bypassed a few writing desks on the ground, she looked up and saw Shui Rui, who was almost buried in the piles of documents. At that time, her eyes hurt. Shui Rui was currently engrossed in reading and writing, and he didn't notice that someone had entered from the outside. He wore an incomparably white inner shirt, and more than half of his collar and chest area were drenched with sweat. The official robe that he wore outside had been taken off on the back of a chair at the side. His handsome forehead was slightly flushed, and his wet hair stuck outside his ears. He looked disheveled and in a sorry state, and there was no sign of his usual meticulous demeanor. "Brother Rui," Feng Xiaomiao flexibly passed through the layers of writing desks and glanced around with dissatisfaction. She said, "Why are you alone in this damn place? Where are the others?" Shui Rui raised his head and only saw Feng Xiaomiao. He did not notice Yu Shu standing at the door, so he put down his pen, pulled his collar, and said, "Today is Mu's show. They have been rushing for a few days, so I asked them to go home and rest." "You are so diligent," Feng Xiaomiao whispered again. She seemed to remember something, turned her head and pointed behind her, and said proudly, "Look who I brought here." Shui Rui heard this and looked outside. When he first saw the tall figure of Yu Shu, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Shu!" Feng Xiaomiao jumped and sat on the table next to her. She said, "When I came, I saw her standing outside the Supreme Court in the sun, so I brought her in." When Yu Shu heard him say this, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She coughed and walked forward. Shui Rui came back to his senses and looked down to see that he was in an indecent state. He quickly pulled the official robe on the back of the chair and stood up to put it on despite the heat. As he tidied up, he smiled embarrassedly at Yu Shu and said, "Why are you here?" Yu Shu had already walked in front of him. She looked down at the messy book list on his table and felt even more upset. I came to see you on the way. Although Shui Rui was happy to see Yu Shu, he did not forget his business. He turned to Feng Xiaomiao and asked, "Where is the thing I asked you to investigate?" Feng Xiaomiao patted his head and took out a letter from his sleeve. He handed it to him. "Here, it's all on the list." Shui Rui paid no attention to Yu Shu as he opened up the list and scanned through it. He frowned a few times before folding it back up again, and he said to Feng Xiaomiao, who was anxiously waiting for him to speak, "Not bad, it should be these few people. You investigated very quickly." Feng Xiaomiao was obviously happy, but she pretended to not care and waved her hand. "It's a small matter." Shui Rui said, "It's hot here. Go to Wangji restaurant and have a good meal before returning to the camp. Ask Lin Fu to pick 2 jars of good wine for you to take away." Feng Xiaomiao happily agreed. Then, he bid farewell to Yu Shu and left in a flash. Shui Rui sent Feng Xiaomiao away and then focused on Yu Shu. He thought that she would not come to the Supreme Court to find him for no reason, so he asked, "What happened?" Yu Shu was feeling guilty. She flipped through the book on the table and said in a muffled voice, "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Can't I miss you?" Shui Rui was stunned. His eyes turned warm. He raised his hand and pressed the back of her hand that was flipping on the table. He pinched it and said with a smile, Chapter 480. I missed you too. It was very hot inside the records office. Yu Shu's left hand that was being held by Shui Rui's sweaty hand felt hot, but it was like a cool breeze had blown into her heart, dispersing all the distractions she had on the way here. She raised her eyes and looked at Shui Rui's handsome face that was dripping with sweat. A thought flashed through her mind, and she allowed him to hold her left hand while her other hand pulled out the handkerchief from her waist. She wrapped it around her fingers and leaned over to wipe his forehead with the handkerchief across the table. "It's so hot and you can still sit here. If it was me, I would have already left." Shui Rui looked at her actions and tightened his grip on her slender hand. He gently breathed in, smelling the refreshing fragrance of the handkerchief on her fingers. He did not move as he waited for her to wipe the sweat off his face. Only then did he slowly let go of her. "I was the one who accepted this job, how can I just let it go? Don't just stand there, come and sit." Shui Rui pulled out his chair and wiped it for Yu Shu to sit down. He then went to get the teapot, wanting to pour her a cup of water. Who knew that it was empty? He did not know when the water inside had been drunk. "Wait here, I'll go outside and call someone to make tea." "I'll go, you can rest." Yu Shu stopped him and took the teapot from his hand. She looked at him up and down and blinked with a smile, saying, "If Dage is hot, you can take off your official robe to cool down. There are no outsiders here, I don't mind." With that said, he carried the teapot and strode past a few rows of desks, heading out. Shui Rui's gaze followed her as she walked further away. Only then did he lower his head to look at the sorry state he was in. He laughed involuntarily. After thinking for a moment, he took off his official robe once again and found the fan that was pressed under a few files. He leaned his waist against the side of the table and fanned himself while looking outside the door. A faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Not long after, Yu Shu came back with a pot of herbal tea. She saw Shui Rui's clothes. Because it was sweaty and thin, she could faintly see the smooth lines of his skin and his strong chest. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. Feeling the hot air caress her face, she pretended to be ignorant and poured some tea for him to drink. "I heard from Xiaomiao that the imperial edict ordered to change the laws. Is that why you're so busy?" Shui Rui drank 2 cups of water in a row, and his voice became much lighter. "Not only the Supreme Court, but the 6 ministries will also have to reorganize the Wenzhong and report to the Imperial Library the inconsistencies of the previous years so that the laws can be amended. Imperial Library. Yu Shu didn't know much about politics. Since he wanted to understand more about Shui Rui's political environment, he asked him for advice. Shui Rui told her about the imperial court's 1 supervisor, 2 bureaus, 3 temples and 6 ministries. At first he thought she was just curious, but when he saw her serious face, he could not help but feel strange. After he finished, he asked her, "Why do you suddenly want to know about court affairs?" Yu Shu refilled his cup of water. Seeing his concerned expression, she seemed to have made up her mind about something, and said seriously, "I've decided that in the future I must become an official. How can I not know about these things? I was too careless in the past, in the future you must remind me more." Shui Rui was surprised. Half a year ago, he encouraged Yu Shu to participate in the Diyan examination. After that, he often brought up the matter of women becoming officials in front of her. Every time, she would evade him, with a nonchalant attitude, as if she did not have much desire to enter the court and become a female official. But today was the first time she expressed it in front of him. Knowing her temperament, Shui Rui knew that she wouldn't speak nonsense out of anger. Shui Rui's mind was moved. Long before the ancestral worship, he had heard that there was a 7th-ranked female official in the imperial astronomer who was going to fill in the vacancy. He had inquired about it and it was very likely that she would be promoted from the candidates for the ancestral worship this time. Recently, he was extremely busy. After he returned, he did not continue to ask about this matter. Now that he thought about it, he looked at Yu Shu's appearance. Could it be that the position was filled by someone else? There is a 7th-ranked vacancy for the Celestial Commissioner. Have you heard the discussion in the Taisha Library recently? Shui Rui asked carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yu Shu was influenced by something that made her decide to become an official. Hearing this, Yu Shu leaned against the table, supported her chin with one hand, and looked up at him. Half of her mind was thinking, when did this person in front of her start to care about her? It seemed that there were few things around her that he did not know. This vacancy has been filled. Yu Shu's tone was flat, as if it had nothing to do with her. Indeed, when she heard Situ Qinglan mention this vacancy, she did not covet it. Later, when she learned that Zhang Chuiyuan picked it up, she was a little unhappy. Shui Rui thought as expected, and asked again, "Who is it? Do you remember the female student who threw the stone in Huazhen Garden? The Celestial Commissioner sent a document a few days ago. It is the young lady of the Zhan family in Jiangxi." Shui Rui was very surprised. How could it be her? Even if it was not Yu Shu, the Taisha Library should have other candidates. He remembered that the young lady surnamed Zhan was only a 9th-ranked teacher. There was nothing outstanding about her. The key was that she was a child of a famous family in Jiangxi. Based on this, she should not be the candidate for the Celestial Commissioner to promote. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, "The incident in Huazhen Garden, when Lord Wang and I returned to the capital, we reported it to the Celestial Commissioner. Did the Taisha Library pursue the 2 troublemakers? No one mentioned it, and it was left unsettled." Yu Shu shook her head. She knew that with Shui Rui's strictness in doing things, he would not forget about the matter of Zhang Chuiyuan and Cui Yun. Then there must be someone from the Celestial Commissioner's side who suppressed it. However, Shui Rui thought more than Yu Shu. Seeing that she was confused, he did not want her to know nothing. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell her some internal affairs. It should not be like this. The Celestial Commissioner has always been exclusive. Among the 10 officials, most of them are in charge of the 12 prefectures in the capital. Even if 30% of them are outside, they cannot be in high positions, especially not from the aristocratic families outside the capital. As for the female officials, they are first promoted from the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures, and then they are inclined to young people like you who have no background but are outstanding. That John's election must have something else behind it. Yushu was alarmed when she heard this, and a few expressions flashed across her face. She said in a low voice, I see. I just don't know what she relied on to enter the LoveLore Library. Afraid that she would be worried, Shui Rui said, It's okay. I will tell you after I find out. However, Yushu shook her head, there is no need to be like this. Let her be. She is just a person without a brain, and will not affect me. If Zhan Chuyuan had half of the scheming of Ji Xingxuan in the past, she would have to be careful. Unfortunately, Zhan Chuyuan did not, so there was no need for her to be suspicious. The two chatted for a while, and it was almost noon. Shui Rui's manservant, Hotaku, brought tea and food over. Only then did Yushu know that he had been staying in this enclosed restaurant from morning to night. You should go back first. I'll go look for you after I'm done with my work in another 2 days. Even though Shui Rui wanted to make Yushu stay for a while longer, he didn't want her to stay in this place and suffer with him. Yushu saw that Hotaku had brought out a lot of food, enough for 2 people. She picked up a pair of serving chopsticks and said to him, I am also hungry. I will eat here. Shui Rui could not drive her away, so he could only eat lunch with her. After the meal, Hotaku picked up the bowls and chopsticks and left. Yushu touched here and there, but she did not have the intention to leave. At this moment, Shui Rui was not aware of her thoughts. He was very happy in his heart. It was not easy to see her, and he was reluctant to let her leave. He was selfish for once, and went back to the table to sit down. He called out to her, Shu, come over and help me grind the ink. Yushu snickered and simply replied, okay. She walked over to his side. Chapter 481. In the evening, under Yushu's persuasion, Shui Rui finally put down his unfinished work and accompanied her back to Wangji Tower. The two stayed up for the whole afternoon, sweating profusely. They went back to their rooms to wash the warm soup and change into fresh clothes. Their hair was half dry, and they sat at the same table to eat dinner. Their appetite was better than a few days ago. It's rare for you to be free for a night, so I won't go home. Let's go upstairs to cool down and talk. After the meal, Yushu suggested to drink in the courtyard upstairs, which was exactly what Shui Rui wanted. Ever since Yushu had set up a feng shui pond in the corner of the balcony, the air on this stairwell had become increasingly fresh and cool at night. 2 candles with green veils were lit, and a short couch and a square table were placed next to the railing. The silver-necked tin pot was filled with Ichuan wine, and the embroidered plate was decorated with 3 colors of Su lotus blowing leaves. Yushu and Shui Rui sat face to face, enjoying the wind and the moon, and there was also a sandalwood stove to send incense. Yushu's thoughts were premeditated a long time ago. In order to get some information out of Shui Rui so that she could understand more, she took advantage of the good time and good wine to ask the person in question. She poured him a cup of wine and pressed down on his cup, not letting him take it. She said with a smile, It's boring to just drink. Big brother, let's play a game. Shui Rui's black and bright eyes glanced at her seemingly obedient face, and he nodded and said, okay. Then he saw her turn her left hand and take out 3 wine dice with 6 dots from her sleeve. She threw them into a white plate, making a series of clanked sounds. Where did you get the dice? Shui Rui asked. The guests play with them when they drink, so I asked Gue Qi to find a new set. In fact, these dice were made by her on a whim after she strung the crystal beads on the string to test her luck. You want to play dice and drink with me? Shui Rui half smiled and teased her, based on your luck, I'm afraid this pot of wine is not enough for you to drink alone. Yushu shook her finger and slowly pushed the white plate with the dice to him. Wine is for fun. Let's not bet on wine. Let's bet on something else, big or small. Let's see the number. The loser doesn't have to drink as a penalty. How about telling the truth? Shui Rui's interest was immediately piqued. He fiddled with the dice with his fingers. Does it mean that if I have more points than you, you have to answer my questions honestly? Yushu rolled her eyes and said, I'll listen to whoever has more points. Shui Rui rubbed his chin hesitantly and looked at her thoughtfully. It's still boring to ask questions. Why don't we add a dice token? Dice token? Yushu wasn't unfamiliar with this. She remembered that on the opening day of the Forgotten Opportunity building, the group of noble ladies who were familiar with Shui Rui had come to support the building, and they were playing exactly like this. Because of this, she had even offended the pampered Princess Shiwen. The so-called dice token was the simplest game at the banquet. The loser had to listen to the winner's orders and do whatever he was told to do. What? Are you afraid? Shui Rui chuckled and pushed the white plate back with one finger. It was clear that if she didn't agree, he wouldn't play. She knew that he was not easy to fool. Yushu smiled and gritted her teeth. In order to get him to take the bait, she nodded and agreed, that's it. But you can only choose one. Either you ask the truth or you play the dice token. Shui Rui held back his laughter. What if you deny it? Yushu picked up the pot of wine and slammed it in the middle of the table. She said in a heroic manner, whoever denies it will drink this pot of wine. Shui Rui stretched out his hand and took the white plate back in front of him. He was afraid that she would change her mind. I'll go first. He raised his hand and the 3 dice fell to the ground. They hit each other a few times and stopped. 5 points, 6 points. 14 points, it's your turn. The biggest was only 18 points. He lost 14 points on the first try. Yushu had to admit that Shui Rui's luck was very good, but she had a trick up her sleeve. Yushu secretly pursed her lips and pulled her left sleeve to cover the string of topaz beads. She stretched out her left hand and took the dice. She gently grasped it and threw the white plate. Clang clang, 5 points, 6 points, 4 points. Shui Rui was surprised. 15 points. I'm big. Yushu did not fail. She smiled proudly and crossed her arms on the table. She looked forward and winked at Shui Rui. I asked you, you have to tell me the truth. It was a bad start. Shui Rui said helplessly, ask. What were you like when you were a child? As soon as this question came out, Shui Rui knew that he was fooled. He said unhappily, didn't you say I'm asking the truth? Is this also a question? Yushu said shamelessly, why not? I said I'm asking you the truth, but I didn't say that I only want you to answer clearly. I only care about asking questions. If you can't answer clearly, it's your fault. You little girl. Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was happy that she took the initiative to ask about him for the first time. He narrowed his eyes and recalled. He slowly told her, as far as I can remember, I was educated by my grandfather. I learned to read at the age of 4. At the age of 6, I learned to read. At the age of 8, I learned to read. At the age of 9, I became the disciple of the late emperor's crown prince, Wang Chongun. At the age of 12, I could write essays. At the age of 14, I passed the imperial examination. Yushu was listening with great interest. Suddenly, she stopped. She raised her eyes and signaled him to continue. Shui Rui shook his head, that's all. What is this? Yushu was annoyed. She wanted to hear about his experience of growing up, not how he studied. So she said with dissatisfaction, "You are not answering me. Did you only study and study when you were a child? What about your father and mother?" Shui Rui was absent-minded for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes. His thick eyelashes blocked the light in his eyes. His voice was calm as if he was talking about someone else's family. "I didn't lie to you. When I could remember, my father had passed away. My mother was blind. She lived in the deep house all year round. My grandfather was afraid that I would neglect my studies. So, I could only see her occasionally." Yu Shu was stunned. She saw him raise his cup and drink it. A picture emerged in her mind. A little boy lost his father and was brought by his strict grandfather. In order to see his mother, he obediently memorized books from morning to night. Day after day, the figure of that diligent reading gradually stretched and overlapped with the gentle and handsome young man in front of her. She suddenly came to her senses. Her heart trembled slightly and her nose was a little sour. She thought in her heart, everyone said that he was born rich and had a good life. How could I know that he had such a grey time when he was a child? She didn't regret asking him. She just felt a little sorry for him. "Brother, why are you pulling a long face? You were the one who wanted to ask, so why can't I just tell you the truth? If I knew this would happen, I would have lied to you." Shui Rui could tell that she was uncomfortable, so he teased her on purpose. Yu Shu forced a smile, but her voice was inevitably a little hoarse. She said, "No, you better tell me the truth. This time, it's my turn to roll the dice first." This time, she used her right hand to pick up the dice on the plate. This time, she didn't do any tricks. She let go and threw it down. Seeing the number of the dice stopped, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. 2 points, 1 point. What a bad luck. Ha! Shui Rui chuckled. He stretched out his hand and also threw it. 5 points, 2 points. 10 points. This time, I'm the first. His fingers tapped on the flat wine table twice. His eyes looked at her face that still had a lingering charm. Suddenly, he turned sideways and smoothed his clothes. He put one hand on the side of his head and the other on his knee. "Come over and sit on my lap." Looking at his actions and listening to his rude request, Yu Shu's face stiffened. The little bit of heartache she felt for him was instantly thrown to the southern frontier. Seeing that she didn't move, Shui Rui held back his laughter. He patted his thigh again and urged, "Hurry up. Don't tell me you want to deny it." This guy would take advantage of others whenever he could. Yu Shu glanced at him unhappily. She then stood up and walked in front of him. She held onto the table and sat on his lap. Her eyes spun when she barely touched a bit of the material of his clothes. She placed her hand on the table and intended to stand up, but who knew that Shui Rui would be a step faster than her. He pulled his arm back and hooked it around her waist, and with a slight bit of force, he pressed her onto his thigh. Yu Shu panicked and instinctively tried to break free. However, after twisting her body twice, her cheeks turned red and she was stunned. It was a hot day. The two of them had bathed in the evening and changed into light clothes. One layer of silk and the other layer of gauze. The thin material couldn't stop her from rubbing against his thigh. She could feel the firmness and warmth of his thigh. She lightly gritted her teeth and sensibly didn't dare move rashly. As soon as she stopped just like this, Shui Rui's hand went around her shoulder, and he carried half of her body on his lap in a slightly careful manner. After that, he lowered his head and leaned close to the beautiful curve of her neck, and he let out a satisfied low laugh. "In the afternoon, I wanted to hug you like this." In that stuffy and unbearable record office, she quietly accompanied him for the entire afternoon. She didn't care about how unbearable he was at that time. She didn't mind the boredom. No matter what he was doing, she just wanted to accompany him. Just like what he had hoped for when he was young. Only the heavens knew that it took a lot of patience for him to not notice her gaze on his body. In that kind of situation, he didn't neglect her. Hearing his confession, Yushu's almond-shaped eyes softened and she changed her mind at the last moment. Her hand that was about to reject him brushed past his shoulder and slowly wrapped around his neck. Her fingers intertwined and the tip of her nose rubbed against his full forehead. She smelled the man's unique warm scent. It was as if a shiny stone had been thrown into the lake of her heart, causing a wave of ripples. She watched it sink little by little. This man loved her. Although she didn't know why, it couldn't be any more sincere. Shui Rui keenly noticed her pandering. His heart skipped a beat. He lifted his head from her shoulder and looked into her clear black and white eyes. Under the bright moonlight, there wasn't a trace of color mixed in as she looked at him. It was so pure that it made his heart thirsty. Ah, Shu. With a low murmur, he couldn't control himself anymore. His hand tightened as he raised his head and kissed her soft lips. At first, it was a teasing kiss, but when he found out that she didn't resist, he slowly went deeper. He lovingly licked her trembling lips and coaxed her into her fragrant mouth. If he hadn't tasted it, how would he know that this sharp tongue would be so sweet and delicious? Their lips and teeth were intertwined. Yushu was kissed until her brain heated up. Her eyes were slightly closed and her cheeks were red. She felt his tongue licking around her mouth and she let out a moan. She bit the tip of his tongue and sucked hard. This was fatal. Shui Rui's waist went numb. He took a deep breath and clamped his legs together to avoid scaring her. At the same time, he couldn't bear to let go, so he hugged her even tighter. His hard chest pressed against her soft chest and slowly rubbed against it. The beauty of it was indescribable. Under the dim light, his peach blossom eyes were bright and seductive. His left hand slid down from her shoulder and gently rubbed her soft back through the thin material of her clothes. Inch by inch, he unknowingly rubbed against her waist and covered her soft buttocks. His mind was shaken and he couldn't help but rub it hard. And, Yushu opened her eyes all of a sudden. She was embarrassed and annoyed when she felt him kneading her from behind. She panted slightly as she dodged Shui Rui's kiss, and then she moved her hand to her back and grabbed his claws before forcefully pinching him. She did this so that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him if he continued. Don't touch me. Yushu leaned on his shoulder and scolded in a low voice. She was afraid that it would attract people. After being pinched by her, Shui Rui recovered from his infatuation. Although he felt it was a pity, he was content. He suppressed the fire in his heart and took the opportunity to hold her fingers. He pulled her in front of him and kissed her. He coaxed her in a low voice, "Don't be angry. I just want to kiss you." "Aw, Shu, you're so good. I'm so happy. Touch my chest, it's beating very fast." Even though Yushu was usually thick-skinned, she didn't have much experience in love. His words made her ears burn red, but even though she was embarrassed, she still let out a light humph and reached out to his burning hot left chest. Sure enough, she found that his heart was beating like thunder. Stunned, she couldn't help but put her hand on her chest. After a moment, Yushu pursed her lips and didn't want it to open. Her shoulders trembled, but her eyes were full of laughter. In the end, she couldn't help but hit his chest lightly. She lay on his shoulder and giggled. Ha, ha, she and Shui Rui, she finally knew what it was. It turned out that the problem was not with Shui Rui, but with her. She wasn't worried that he wasn't infatuated enough, but she was afraid that she couldn't treat him wholeheartedly. She was afraid that she couldn't treat him wholeheartedly and let him down. Now, this doubt was gone. Because her violent heartbeat just now clearly told her that she was moved by him. How could she let him down? Even though Shui Rui didn't know why she was suddenly so happy, he loved listening to her laughter. He fiddled with the strands of hair on her shoulder and adjusted his breathing. When she was done laughing, he finally asked, "Do you want to continue playing?" This game was excellent, but it was a bit tiring. Yushu shook her head and gently poked his shoulder. She smiled and sighed, "Let's stop here for today. Come back another day." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shui Rui kissed her forehead, took a breath, and helped her stand up. He also sat up straight, raised his hand to tidy up her messy clothes, and said with a gentle look, "I'm busy these days, I can't take care of you. If you want to know anything about me, just write it down on a piece of paper and bring it to me later. I will answer you. You don't have to waste so much effort to get information from me." After he saw through her thoughts, Yushu felt a sweetness in her heart. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She held his handsome face and lowered her head to kiss him. Big brother is the best. Chapter 482. When Yushu got up early to rinse her teeth with salt water, she felt that her lower lip was a little numb. She looked in the mirror and found that her lips were indeed a little swollen. She touched her lower lip gently and thought of the burning embrace last night. Her heart beat faster for a moment. Then she heard Xiaoqing, who was combing her hair, praise her, "You look so good today. Did you sleep well last night?" Yushu looked at the rosy figure in the mirror and hummed guiltily. As soon as she finished tidying up, Guiqi invited her downstairs for dinner. The dining table was very quiet. At first, there was only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clanking. Yushu drank a few mouthfuls of sweet porridge and couldn't help but look up at Shui Rui and say, "Why do you keep looking at me? Hurry up and eat. After dinner, we will go to the yamen. Don't we still have a lot of things to do?" Shui Rui smiled at her, raised his hand, picked up a roasted plum roll and put it in her bowl, and said, "There's no hurry. Try this. It's a new snack from Jiangnan that the cook learned. The weather is hot, so you can eat more rice and noodles in the morning. Then you won't be tired for the day." The main kitchen of Wangji building was managed by the cook, Xiuqing. Xiuqing was not a southerner, but no matter how busy she was, she still had to practice a few dishes from Jiangnan every few days to cater to Yushu's taste. However, Yushu did not grow up in the south at all, so she had never been aware of Shui Rui's intention. After breakfast, Yushu went out with Shui Rui. He sent her home first and then went to the Supreme Court. After entering the house, Yushu only stayed for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before she asked Lu Zhong to hitch the carriage and left. There were no classes in Taisha Shuyuan these days. She was going to the south of the city to find a craftsman who could make fans. Yushu had inquired in the north of the city a while ago. There were at least 17 or 18 fan shops in the north of the city, but none of them could use peach roots to make fans. Therefore, she simply changed her direction and went to the south of the city, which was crowded and chaotic. However, the southern part of the city was not the same as the northern part. After an hour and 3 streets, Yushu finally found an old fan shop in an alley. The carriage stopped halfway. She walked for a while and found a small shop called Hall of 100 Folds. Yushu wiped the sweat off her forehead. Hesitantly, she pushed open the bamboo curtain and entered. She felt dizzy. Inside the concave-shaped central room, the 3 walls were filled with fans. One side was filled with colorful female fans, the other side was filled with rosin fans, and the other side was filled with all kinds of cool fans of various shapes and sizes. There were more than 100 of them. She stood at the door in a daze for a moment, then became happy and went forward to ask the middle-aged man who was twisting copper wire next to the shelf. "Shopkeeper." The man didn't even bother to raise his head, and replied, "Pick whatever you want from the wall." If you like it, come and pay for it. If you damage it, you'll have to pay twice the price. If you steal, you'll be sent to the officials. Yushu's mouth twitched. Who sells things like this? I'm not here to buy fans. I just want to ask. Does your shop's craftsman know how to use peach wood to make fans? The middle-aged man stopped his work and turned to look at her. Peachwood root? Yes, it's peachwood root. Can you make it? Yes, I can. Hearing this, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to be happy. She first asked about the details. I have 100-year-old peachwood root. I want to make a folding fan for men. The fan bone should be 9 inches and 5 inches long. It should have 16 openings and 2 sides. It should be hard to break. Can you make it? Yes, I can. Yushu saw that he looked honest and didn't look like he was bragging. She was happy and hurriedly said, then I'll go back and get the wood. Then we can discuss again. We can talk about the money, but don't break anything. She turned around and was about to leave. But she heard a sneer behind her. I said I can make it. Did I promise to make it for you? I only sell fans in my shop. I don't care about custom-made ones. You can buy those on the wall if you want. Take care. Yushu was deflated. She turned around with a strange expression. She looked at the man who lowered his head to twist the copper wire again. Originally, she didn't trust his skills. But now, she was sure that such an arrogant person was really capable. She opened her mouth and her eyes flashed. She put on a disdainful face. If you don't know how to make it, then you don't know how to make it. It wasn't easy to find someone who could make a fan. How could she let go of this opportunity? She wanted to provoke him and then take the opportunity to trick him. But the other party seemed to have closed his ears. No matter what she said, he didn't care about her. Yushu talked nonsense for a long time. Her mouth was dry. She had no choice but to go back and come back tomorrow. She didn't believe that this person wouldn't let her go if she visited him every day. She turned around and walked to the door. She saw a person coming in. Fifth uncle, I'm here. Hey, you Swansea. Young Master Axian. Yushu didn't expect to meet Axian Lu's fifth cousin, Axian Ningguang, here. She was surprised for a moment, and then she realized what the handsome young man in front of her had just called. Fifth uncle. When Axian Lishan saw his nephew coming, he put down his work and walked over. He took the 2 paper bags from Axian Ningguang's hands. He glanced at Yushu and asked his nephew, you know this noisy girl? 2 black lines squeezed on Yushu's forehead. Axian Ningguang looked at Yushu apologetically and said to Axian Lishan, Fifth uncle, this is Miss Yu, a double-ranked female fortune teller in this year's Dian examination. She is a good friend of 6th younger sister. He kindly told Yushu, this is my uncle. This time, Yushu was puzzled. As far as she knew, didn't Axian Lu's father say that there were 4 brothers? Where did this uncle come from? This middle-aged man looked less than 40 years old. His skin was rough. He didn't look like the master of the Axian family. But Axian Ningguang called him uncle, so he was obviously her father's brother. It was strange. Female fortune teller. Axian Lishan stared at Yushu a few more times. At this time, he looked interested, the one who didn't give face to that old thing, Han Wenguang, and forcibly took his disciple's seal. Hearing his tone, Yushu said seriously, Fifth Master Axian is wrong. I didn't forcibly take it. I won it fair and square. They were not as good as me. Ha, Axian Lishan said with a smile. When he looked at Yushu again, he suddenly found her more pleasing to the eye. He nodded and said, bring that piece of mahogany root tomorrow and let me have a look. This time, Yushu was happy. She secretly wanted to make peace through Axian Lu. Who knew that this fifth master Axayan was a temperamental person? With one sentence, he directly agreed to her matter. Afraid that he would change his mind again, Yushu hurriedly thanked him and moved aside. She said goodbye to the uncle and nephew and left first. After she left, Xian Ningguang asked, "Fifth uncle, what happened just now?" Xian Lishan told him that Yushu wanted to make a mahogany root fan. Then he commented with interest, "I originally thought that she was a rich girl who randomly drew lots. It turns out that she is half an expert. I told you about the century-old mahogany root. Do you still remember what it is used for?" Xian Ningguang thought for a moment and said, "Mahogany is the essence of 5 kinds of wood. A century-old mahogany root produces innate yang qi. It can suppress hundreds of ghosts. It is the most evil thing in the world. Not bad. It seems that you usually don't slack off." Xian Lishan patted his nephew's shoulder with satisfaction. He took him and walked inside. "Let's go to the back. I will show you a kite that I have just modified. You only need to fly 65 feet to know tomorrow's weather." "Fifth uncle, wait. I have something to ask you to take a look at." Xian Ningguang pulled him and took out a pouch from his bosom. He opened it and took out a string of crystal-clear water beads. Seeing that thing, Xian Lishan was stunned and immediately took it. It was cool in his hand. He closed his eyes and rubbed it for a while. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again, but they were full of excitement. This bead has such a strong spiritual energy. Although it is 1 part natural, it is 90% man-made. It's strange. Did you raise it? Good boy, tell me quickly." Xian Ningguang's expression instantly became serious. He shook his head and said, "It's not me. It's the birthday gift that Miss Yu gave to 6th younger sister just now. Feifei wore it for a few days and said that she slept very well at night. I was curious and borrowed it. Sure enough, after a good night's sleep, she was in good spirits the next day. I faintly feel that the spiritual energy on this bracelet is most likely raised, so it is so strong that it has such a miraculous effect. It's not like jade that needs to be nourished for a long time. According to fifth uncle, it is 90% raised by people. It's really strange. Their Xian family was a big feng shui family. Dating back 6 generations, there was an old ancestor who guarded a jade mountain. Later generations, they explored the method of nourishing objects with feng shui and using objects to benefit people. After ups and downs, they had a place today. It could be said that when it came to nourishing artifacts, their Xian family was the best in the secular world. The list of wonderful and rare objects had been passed down for several generations. However, the most exquisite method was to nourish the natural spiritual jade with 80% spiritual energy. This small string of beads had 90% spiritual energy. Of course, it couldn't be compared like this. The Xian family's 80% spiritual energy could last for a long time, but this string of beads could only last for 2 months at most. However, this was also the amazing part. Because the spiritual energy constantly spread out, it greatly benefited the wearer, and it was the most obvious at the beginning. Fifth uncle, Xian Ningguang looked at Xian Lishan, who seemed to be deep in thought, and hesitated. Do you think we should tell our family about this? Xian Lishan came back to his senses and glanced at him. He fiddled with the white crystal beads in his hand and slowly sneered. Tell our family, then let them threaten and bribe to find out about the other person's method of nourishing objects, take it for their own use, and make use of it, so that the Xian family's reputation in the 12 prefectures goes up another level. Xian Ningguang saw that he was angry, and quickly smiled bitterly. Don't be angry. I won't say anything, okay? Xian Lishan stuffed the string of beads back to him, and said unhappily, people who learn the most important thing is to have a good temperament. I've taught you for 3 years, but you're still so muddle-headed. I'm really angry. Take it back and give it to Fei Fei. Don't talk too much. Xie and Ningguang nodded, and then said worriedly, what if father and the others find out themselves? Xie and Lishan snorted. In the whole mansion, other than your old ancestor, even your grandfather doesn't have the foresight of an unfilial son like me. Chapter 483. The next day, Yushu goes to Wangji Tower early in the morning to get the mahogany root. She puts the wood in the dew-wind pool for 3 or 4 days. Although the change is not as amazing as that of the crystal beads, and there is no clue on the surface, there is a faint smell of wood. She doesn't remember that this century-old mahogany root had this smell before. She wrapped it in a piece of silk. Yushu didn't go out in a hurry but asked Xiaoqing to find the shopkeeper, Lin Fu. Miss, what can I do for you? Old Lin, you are from Anling. You should have heard a lot about the past years in the capital, right? I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you know. Lin Fu nodded and stood 3 steps away from Yushu to answer, I am a servant of the Shui family. I have lived in Anling for nearly 40 years. Miss, feel free to ask. Yushu touched the silk bag on the tea table and asked curiously, is there a 5th master in the Axian family, one of the 12 families? 5th master. Lin Fu was stunned. He didn't need Yushu to ask in detail and blurted out, you are asking about the one who was expelled from the Axian family many years ago. Yushu's eyes lit up, yes, it should be him. Tell me about this person. Yes, Lin Fu saw that she was interested, so he recalled and said what he knew. It was about 10 years ago. At that time, the 5th master of the Axian family was very famous in the capital. None of the young masters of the 12 families could be compared to him. He was the top of the Dian list and no one had seen him for 20 years. Tut, Yushu was surprised. She didn't expect that the eccentric shopkeeper in the fan shop was a 3rd-class DE master. What else? Since he was so capable, why was he expelled from the family? It is said that because he was unfilial, the 5th master Axian once insulted his father in public, so that the left judge Axian broke off the relationship with him in anger. That year in Anling City because of this matter was discussed for a while, and then there was no more news. I don't know where the 5th master Axian went, why did you ask about him out of nowhere? Yushu didn't want to explain, so she waved her hand and said, I was just casually asking. Alright, you can go back to your work. After sending Lin Fu away, Yushu sat down and thought for a while before leaving with the mahogany root. There was a fan shop in the alley. When Yushu came in, she saw Axian Lishan sitting behind the counter and carving a piece of black wood. She greeted him first. 5th Master Axian, I'm here. Axian Lishan blew the sawdust in his hand and said with a frown, don't call me 5th Lord, call me shopkeeper. Yes, Manager Axian. Yushu had a favor to ask of him, so she did not care about his temper. She stepped forward and placed the bundle in front of him. She untied it and said, this is the century-old mahogany root. I want to make a fan material. Have a look. Seeing the black gold mahogany root was exposed when the bundle was opened, Axian Lishan stopped what he was doing and held it in front of him. He gently touched it for a while, and then without saying hello to Yushu, he took a carving knife and cut 2 pieces from it. He brought it to the tip of his nose and took a breath. He squinted and said, oh my god, did you just dig this out, or did you raise it with feng shui? Looking at his expression, Yushu paid attention and said vaguely, I raised it for a while. This was a half-truth. She just put this piece of wood beside the feng shui pool where she raised crystal stones, and did not take special care of it. Axian Lishan raised his head and stared at her for a few times. He suddenly asked, who taught you feng shui? Yushu blinked her eyes and said, my master, of course. Although strictly speaking, Qingjing did not teach her feng shui metaphysics in detail, she benefited a lot from the 8 Gates life and death skills. Not only did it help her derive the law of time of calamity, but it also contained the essentials of feng shui. Even the feng shui pool on the balcony of Wangji Tower was made by her according to the 5 elements position of the 8 Gates life and death skills. Xian Lishan asked curiously, "Who is your master?" Since Yu Shu stood out in the Dian examination, she was often asked this question, so she answered very fluently, "My master is a man of Taoism, a hermit in the mountain. His name is not worthy of the Taoist title." Hearing this, Xian Lishan's previous doubts were explained. It turned out that there was such a hermit Taoist priest. No wonder he could teach such an extraordinary apprentice who dared to challenge Han Wenguang. Presumably, the method of raising things was also passed down by her master. Yu Shu was concerned about whether her fan could be made well, so she asked again, "Shopkeeper Xian, do you think this piece of wood can be made into a fan?" "Yes, it can." Xian Lishan touched the wood under his palm and felt the thick essence on it. A smile appeared on his stiff face. "It's 9 inches and 5 inches long, 16 gears, a double-sided folding fan, right? What other requirements do you have? Tell me all of them." Yu Shu said, "Pick the best material for the surface of the fan for me, or else it won't be afraid of water, moisture, or its color will not fade." Xian Lishan touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "Your peachwood fan is not commonly used for stirring the wind. It will be a waste to use it with ordinary xian paper or silk. How about this? I have a piece of cold silkworm dark pupa silk in my collection. It is also a rare item. Not to mention waterproof and moisture-proof, even ordinary sharp weapons can't cut it. It will be just right to use this fan bone to suppress Yin and evil. But I can't give it to you for free." Hearing this, Yu Shu's mind swayed. Almost without hesitation, she said, "If you are willing to part with it, I am willing to pay any amount of money." If she didn't have enough money, she could hide it from Zhao Hui and use the real money in her small treasury first. When her crystal was sold, she would make up for it. This rare item, if she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't have this opportunity again. Xian Lishan shook his head and said, "There's no need for money. In exchange for my cold silkworm dark pupa silk, even if you give me 10,000 gold, I won't even bother to look at you. I know you have a kind of strange stone called crystal. You can use that to exchange with me." Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes flashed. She didn't immediately agree. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Shopkeeper Xian is a person who knows what's good and what's bad. My crystal is also a unique treasure. How do you plan to exchange with me?" Xian Lishan laughed and stretched out his palm. He flipped it twice and said, "I want the bracelet that you gave to my niece. I want 10 of them that are exactly the same." Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. Without thinking, she shook her head and refused, "That can't be done. Do you think they are cabbages? They are still weighed by weight. At most, I will give you 2 to play with." It wasn't that she couldn't gather 10 bracelets, but this thing was her future source of income. It was a rare commodity. She had to sell it slowly. If she just casually gave a pile of it to him, it would be a common thing on the street. Xian Lishan didn't blink and stretched out his hand again, then 8. Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. 8? She wanted 4. She could just make up a table of mahjong. 3, no more. She thought Xian Lishan would bargain again. Unexpectedly, he turned his head and said, 8. If you don't want to give, then forget it. I won't make your fan anymore. Was this person really a 3rd grade DE master? Where did this scoundrel come from? After taking a deep breath, Yu Shu softened and said gently, "Then 4. 4 then. I can give you 4 different colors, but you have to promise me that you won't give them away or resell them. If that's not enough, then I'll have to find someone else to make them. Deal. Axian Lishan slapped the counter and wrinkled his face with a smile. He asked for the crystal stone because he was interested in it and wanted to collect it. He didn't want to sell it. He didn't care what Yushu said. Yushu muttered to herself, why did I feel that this person didn't look like a businessman yesterday? I really misjudged him. Fortunately, I am not easy to fool. She pretended to be distressed, but secretly laughed. If he really insisted on not making the fan for her, she would have no choice. Not to mention 8, she would even give him 10. Do you want to write a promissory note? Yushu was afraid that he would go back on his words. Axian Lishan wrote her a note without hesitation. They agreed that after this century-old peach root was made into a fan, Yushu would give him 4 crystal bracelets of different colors in exchange. In this way, they even saved the manual labor. She got the better deal. After receiving the promissory note and setting a date to pick up the goods, Yushu was relieved to leave the peach root. When Axian Lishan became impatient again, she tactfully said goodbye and left. With a load off her mind, Yushu could finally calm down and ponder over her law of the time of calamity. Ever since she came back from Huajian Garden, she had relied on the criminal records she had on hand to determine the culprit of the time of calamity. She had successfully completed the task by using the zodiac to determine the culprit and gender. Next, she aimed at the villain and did the same thing, using the zodiac sign to determine the value. Yushu could already foresee that the more things she deduced, the more detailed the results she could calculate in the future. For example, for the disaster of Hu Tian, she could calculate the zodiac sign of the person who hurt the child. She could also directly infer who the person who harbored evil intentions towards Hu Tian was based on the zodiac sign of the villain. The clearer the scope, the easier it would be to deal with. As the rule of the time of disaster became more comprehensive, she became more and more confident. In Anling City, where people's hearts were unpredictable, one day, she could control her own fate by controlling the fate of others. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During this time, Yushu went to Xia Jiang guest house. Xia Jiangmin annotated the 8 characters of Qiu Yueling's marriage using the art of 6 Yao lines to her. Once again, she felt sorry for Yushu. You're good at everything. You're much smarter than me. It's just that you don't have enough talent and wisdom. Otherwise, you could use the art of 6 Yao lines to calculate others. With this alone, you can do whatever you want in the capital city. If you spread the word, many nobles would fight to invite you to be a guest of honor. However, the reputation of a female fortune teller sounds good. Only those businessmen will take notice of it. Yushu felt that it was a pity, but she didn't force it. It should be known that Daoist Qingjing taught her the art of 6 Yao lines to make up for her incompatibility. Therefore, she should be secretly happy that she could make a rough calculation for herself. By the way, Xia Jiangmin grabbed her hand, and a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes suddenly flashed. It was very attractive. Yesterday, Miss Xia of the Xia family came to the guest house. I heard her mention the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet on the 6th of June. Did you receive the invitation? Chapter 484. The 6th day of the 6th month was the Heavenly Blessing Festival. It was said that on this day, the Jade Emperor's daughter descended to the mortal world to play. She turned into a pure and refined water lotus by the lake. Coincidentally, a scholar passed by and took pity on her lonely shadow. Thus, he visited her by the lake every morning and evening, reciting poems and painting for her. The fairy fell in love with him and turned back into a beautiful woman. Then, she met the scholar by chance. A year later, they became husband and wife and loved each other. However, the good times did not last long. The Jade Emperor noticed his daughter's whereabouts and sent the celestial soldiers to the mortal world to capture her. The fairy refused to leave her husband and return to the heavenly court, so she disobeyed the laws of heaven. The Jade Emperor was furious. In front of the scholar, he turned his daughter into a lotus flower and punished her for 100 years before she could return to her human form. One day in heaven was 10 years on earth. However, mortals only lived for 100 years. How could the scholar live until then? The Jade Emperor thought that the mortal would not wait long. Faced with a lotus flower that could not speak, he would have a change of heart sooner or later. He wanted to use this opportunity to make his daughter give up on the scholar. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed? One day, the Jade Emperor thought of his daughter and went down to the mortal world. In a big house, he saw the fairy who was still a lotus flower and an old man with white hair sitting by the lotus pond. The Jade Emperor recognized the old man as the scholar. In surprise, he appeared and asked him, "It has been so many years, are you still waiting for her?" At this point, Xia Jiangmin's eyes turned slightly red. She sniffed and asked Yushu, "Guess, how did the old man answer?" Yushu was fascinated and shook her head gently. The first half of the story was vulgar, but the second half was a little touching. Xia Jiangmin's eyes moved and there was a trace of yearning in her expression. She said, "He said that when he married his wife, he made a vow that he would never leave her in this life. So as long as he was alive, he would never leave her." The Jade Emperor was moved and took back his daughter's punishment. He turned the lotus flower back into a human form. After 50 years, he finally saw his beloved wife again. He closed his eyes by the lotus pond in satisfaction and passed away. Then, tears fell from her eyes. Although Yushu was not as emotional as her, she was not indifferent. She patted the back of her hand and said gently, "The scholar and the fairy were both infatuated. Even though they only had one flower, they still spent 50 years together, didn't they?" Hearing that, Xia Jiangmin nodded slowly. "That's right. This scholar is a man of his word. He is a true gentleman, and the fairy is also infatuated." The Jade Emperor was moved by their persistence. Every year on the 6th day of the 6th month in the human world, which is also the day that the scholar and the fairy meet, he asked the Moon Elder to tie a red thread for those infatuated men and women in the world. It was a heavenly blessing. Today was the first time Yushu heard of such a special day. It sounded similar to the Double Seventh Festival. The difference was that the Double Seventh Festival was the Women's Day. Women prayed for craftsmanship and worshipped the Weaver Girl, hoping that they would have a husband in the future. The Heaven's Blessing Festival existed to bless the marriage between men and women. "Then what is this gentleman's hibiscus banquet that you mentioned?" Xia Jiangmin wiped the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief. It was said that women were the most fickle. She was still crying a moment ago, but now she had a smile on her face. She even excitedly said to Yushu, "This has a long history. It can be traced back to the time when our Daean Empire was just founded. The Anling was just built. The imperial court was divided into 3 factions. There were civil officials and military generals. There was also the rising faction of Master Yi. These noble families and talented people did not get along well with each other. Thus, Empress Ningzhen thought of a way. Every year on the Heaven's Blessing Festival, she would hold a gentleman's hibiscus banquet and invite all the unmarried young men and women in the capital to attend. The gentleman's hibiscus banquet was personally hosted by Empress Ningzhen. Any talented person, no matter male or female, could obtain a water hibiscus made of gold and jade. And the person who obtained the gold and jade hibiscus, Xia Jiangmin suddenly lowered her voice and squeezed Yushu's hand. She excitedly said, "Then they can express their love to the man or woman they like. If the two are in love, then the Heaven's Blessing Festival will be the matchmaker and they will be fated to be together." Yushu was surprised to hear this. She thought to herself and could not help but praise the Empress Ningzhen of 300 years ago. She was an expert at playing politics. After the Jin were expelled and the new dynasty was established, the civil and military officials in the court were at odds with each other. The affairs of the country were unstable. The most effective method was to have them marry each other. Thus, there was the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. But today, the gentleman's hibiscus banquet no longer had its original purpose. The only thing that people would flock to like ducks was that gold and jade hibiscus. Then what if there was one party who had wishful thinking? Yu Shu asked. For example, if a man obtained the gold and jade hibiscus and expressed his love to a woman, if the woman rejected, wouldn't her reputation be affected? Xia Jiangmin smiled and said, I also think so. But Miss Xia told me that to be selected to obtain the gold and jade hibiscus at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet is a kind of glory. Even if it was rejected because it was not to one's liking, others would be envious. As she said this, she shook Yu Shu's arm and winked at her. This kind of banquet, I won't have the chance to go. Shu, you are the great female divination master. Now that your reputation is resounding, this year's gentleman's hibiscus banquet will definitely send you an invitation. When the time comes, you must attend. When you return, you must tell me about it. If I receive an invitation, I will go. In reality, Yu Shu wasn't interested in this kind of ancient matchmaking activity. But if there was a chance to see the current empress, there was no harm in joining in the fun. Xia Jiangmin looked her up and down again and couldn't help but remind her, you better prepare your clothes and jewelry early. There are still some days left. Don't go sloppily on that day and cause others to laugh at you. I know. Yu Shu's mouth was perfunctory. She stood up and said, it's getting late. I should go. I'll come see you tomorrow. Xia Jiangmin said angrily, but you said it. Don't not hear from me for 10 days or half a month again. I'll see you off. Xia Jiangmin sent Yu Shu out of the rear courtyard. She then followed a servant girl out the front door. When she sat on the horse carriage on the way home, she suddenly realized something. Her expression wasn't as calm as before. Would Shui Rui go to the gentleman's hibiscus banquet? In the second half of May, Sima Kuei had an astrology class. Yu Shu went to see Xia Jiangmin yesterday. She was a little concerned about the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. So when she saw Axian Lu today, she asked, have you received the invitation to the gentleman's hibiscus banquet? Axian Lu hadn't seen her for a few days. He was about to show her the white crystal on his wrist when she suddenly asked him, not yet. How did you get it? He asked in a daze, not yet. How did you get it? Yu Shu shook her head, I just heard about it yesterday. Oh, you're not from Anling. No wonder you don't know about it. Axian Lu patted his forehead as if he just realized this. The students all came early. They stood near the observatory in 2s and 3s. Sima Kuei hadn't arrived yet. Yu Shu and Axian Lu stood under a ginkgo tree and talked. Axian Lu knew more about the gentleman's hibiscus banquet than Xia Jiangmin. After a while, Yu Shu had a deeper understanding of this banquet that had been passed down for more than 200 years. It turned out that the gentleman's hibiscus banquet wasn't necessarily hosted by the current empress. Last year, when the empress was ill, she entrusted the banquet to consort LV Xian. This year, it was still unknown which noble in the palace would be hosting. As for the young men and women who were invited to the banquet, they could be divided into 4 groups. The first group were the children of aristocratic families. The second group were the meritorious nobles. The third group were the aristocrats. The last group were the new talents like Yu Shu, who had used the Dian or the imperial examinations to get rid of their white status. Speaking of this, Axian Lu suddenly remembered the rumors he heard the day before. He changed the topic and frowned, I was just about to ask you. What's going on with that Zhang Shuiyuan? Why did I hear that you slapped her in Zhang? I also heard that when you went to worship the ancestors, she falsely accused you of stealing her treasure Tianyu in Huajian Garden. So she owed you 10 slaps. These days, there are rumors everywhere in LoveLore Library. Are these things true? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She thought that Situ Qinglan's words had spread fast. There is such a thing. Do you know Cui Yun? She was the one who stole Zhan Chuyuan's Tianyu. Then the two of them falsely accused me and almost started a fight in Huajian Garden. She told Xian Lu about what happened that evening. Xian Lu was furious. What kind of people are they? They are so shameless. You should really slap them hard in the face. Let's see if they still dare to slander people in the future. Then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this matter has been investigated clearly. Otherwise, if we were to crown you with the crime of theft, it would only be a small matter of losing face. Moreover, it would cause others to think that your conduct is improper. Let's not talk about the future, let's just talk about this gentleman's hibiscus banquet. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Yu Shu's mind. It was so fast that she couldn't catch it. Academician Sima is here. Let's go. Xian Lu glanced at the students who had gathered in the south and pulled her. Yu Shu's thoughts were interrupted. She didn't have time to think too much. She went up with Xian Lu to greet Academician Sima. An hour later, at the end of the class, Sima Kue finally informed all the students present of one thing. After 9:00 tonight, we will measure the stars at the observatory. I have some errands to run, so I entrust Academician Jing to give a lecture. Don't be naughty and come on time. You can stay in the library tonight and go back tomorrow. There were whispers below. Most people were excited, but there were a few who were depressed. This included Yu Shu and Xian Lu. The reason for their depression was different. Lotus Room, I don't want to go to the observatory tonight. Do you think I should sneak back home? Xian Lu had always been traumatized by Chao Yuling's murder. Yu Shu didn't want to stay either. She was suspicious about Sima Kue suddenly asking Jing Qin to speak on his behalf. She guessed that Jing Qin was looking for an opportunity to get close to her. But she didn't want to delay her studies because of this. Lotus Room. Chapter 485. It drizzles in the evening. Yu Shu and Xian Lu spend their dinner in a restaurant near Taisher Shuyuan. When the rain stops, they take the packed snacks and go to the Shuyuan. The sky is dark and there is a cool breeze. Xian Lu sees that Yu Shu is wearing thin clothes, so he goes back to the girls' dormitory and finds a spare cloak for her to wear. It's only 6:45. They take their things and go to the observatory together. On the way, they meet several students who know each other. They are all staying to observe the stars tonight. They are holding teapots, cushions, candles and other things in their hands. They are ready to stay up late. Xian Lu becomes more courageous when he sees so many people. He holds Yu Shu's hand and walks on the dark veranda. He whispers to her, Zhan Chuyuan is apprenticed to Academician Jing, right? Do you think she will come tonight? If Jing Qin teaches on behalf of him, he will probably bring his students. Yu Shu answers absent-mindedly, how do I know? Xian Lu pursed his lips and said, I guess she doesn't have the face to come. These 2 days, everyone in the library is talking about how many slaps she owes you. I don't believe she would dare to come to you, unless she thinks she hasn't lost enough face. Yu Shu says, she has no time to think about Zhan Chuyuan. The observatory is not quiet tonight. When Yu Shu and Xian Lu arrive, there are already more than 10 people gathered under the south wall. At first glance, there are many young men and women. These people stand in 2 groups. It is obvious that one group is Sima Kue's student and the other is Jing Chen's student. Because Jing Chen is among them. He has arrived early and is surrounded by his female students to ask for advice. He is wearing a loose silk robe, which makes him stand out and very eye-catching. Xian Lu looks at the girls and whispers to Yu Shu, "Do you see? This is the gentleman's hibiscus banquet." Some people inevitably have wishful thinking and daydream about living in the princess mansion. Although it was said that female disguise artists didn't bother with trifles, there were still people who couldn't stand the sight of her circling around a man. Not only did Xian Lu feel disdain, there were also a few people present who secretly rolled their eyes. Yu Shu, on the other hand, looked at Jing Chen, who was still calm and composed even though he was surrounded by the fragrance of his daughter. She felt it was strange. In her impression, Jing Chen was a very dogmatic Taoist. It wasn't that he didn't know how to keep a distance between men and women, but his behavior was somewhat unlike him. "Is everyone here?" Jing Chen's words silenced the voices on both sides. His eyes revealed a bit of impatience. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu's figure not far away. His furrowed eyebrows immediately calmed down. There were nearly 40 students under the 2 academicians. As soon as the time passed, except for a few who had to resign, everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. Yu Shu glanced around and saw Cui Yun, who was hiding behind a few girls and peeking at her. However, she didn't see Zhan Shuiyuan. It seemed that the 2 slaps on her face that day were not in vain. At least there was one less annoying fly in front of her. Jing Chen asked someone to fill the stone tablet at the bottom of the observatory with clean water. He found a suitable place and explained 7 or 8 star positions in a simple and clear manner. When they all understood, he left half of the students to observe the stone tablet and brought the other half to the observatory. Xian Lu didn't want to go on the observatory, so he pulled Yu Shu's back when Jing Chen wasn't paying attention. He winked at her and used her as a cover to blend in with the remaining half of the students. On the observatory, Yu Shu stood at a place not far from Jing Chen. Listening to his clear and bright voice on the empty building, he used exquisite words to point out the stars. She could even divert her attention to laugh at herself. That day, he promised to teach her astrology. Today, he finally fulfilled his promise. It was just that he had changed from a small kitchen to a big pot of rice. "I will first teach you a pithy formula about the positions of the stars to make it easier to remember. Memorize it carefully and you can save yourself some trouble when you observe the stars. Jiao, Kang, Di, Chu are always in the chin position. Di, Fang, Xian, Wei are in the mouth position. Wei, Ji, Do are in the yin position. Do, Nyo, Nu, Cho are in the gong position. Nu, Su, Wei are in the gong position." Yu Shu didn't have a good memory, so she just took a pen and memorized it. She didn't notice that Jing Chen was looking at her. Jing Chen repeated the pithy formula 3 times. Seeing that everyone had memorized it, he pointed at them and assigned them. "Tonight, you will watch from upstairs for 2 hours. You 2, go to the Chou Shi position in the east. You 2, go to the Shin Shi position in the west. You, and you, stand in the Hai Shi position." The observatory was very spacious. Yu Shu was pointed to a windbreak wall near the staircase. There was no one on the left, but there were 2 people standing 2 feet away on the right. She looked around, put the cushion in her hand on the ground, blew out the lantern, and sat down with her legs crossed. She put her hands on the side of her body and looked up. A light rain washed away the color of the sky. The quiet night sky was very bright and moving. There were countless stars in the summer sky, big and small, embellished into a majestic Milky Way star chart. It was boundless, mysterious and unfathomable. Just like in life, fate was hard to predict. Birth, old age, sickness and death were all God's will. No matter how arrogant a person was, when looking at the endless Milky Way, he would also feel a little humble. How many stars do you know in the sky? A low voice came from above Yu Shu's head. It was only when she came back to her senses that she realized Jing Qin had walked to her side and was standing still. He was so close that if she moved her arm, she would be able to touch the hem of his clothes. Yu Shu didn't move. She just turned her head to look at him, then looked at the distant night sky. Jing Qin, on the other hand, lowered his head. Looking at her indifferent expression, he slowly clenched his fists by his side. Silence spread between them. It was not until Jing Chen's palms were covered in sweat that he heard Yu Shu's voice, which was calm and almost emotionless. I don't know what regret is. Once I decide to do something, I will never look back. Whether it's right or wrong, I just want to have a clear conscience. What about you? Do you regret it now? She didn't regret getting to know Jing Qin outside Yang City. She didn't regret saving him on the riverbank. She didn't regret falling in love with him after a life-and-death battle. She didn't regret putting herself in danger for him. She didn't regret risking everything for him, but now, she didn't care. Jing Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly. His handsome face gradually showed a color of shame. He raised his head, not daring to look directly into her eyes, but he couldn't deny it. I do regret it. He regretted letting her down. He regretted letting down the only person in the world who truly cared for him. Yu Shu sneered, as if she already knew that he would answer like this and was not surprised at all. She pushed herself up from the ground and casually patted her clothes. Ignoring the cushions and kettle on the ground, she turned around and walked towards the stairs. She stepped down the stairs and looked up at him. Jing Qin watched her disappear at the top of the stairs. Her last look kept replaying in his mind. It was not a mocking look, nor was it sarcastic. It was a look of indifference. His heart suddenly tightened. An unfamiliar feeling of sadness welled up in him, making him panic. He froze for a moment, then suddenly strode forward and chased her down the stairs. He took a few steps at a time. Soon, he saw Yu Shu's figure around the corner. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed her sleeve. Xiaoyu. Yu Shu was forced to stop. She looked up at the hand that was gripping her sleeve tightly. Seeing his nervous face, she frowned and lowered her voice. What are you doing? Who was the one who said that they would cut off all ties? Have you forgotten? Let go. However, Jing Qin refused to let go. He pulled her down instead. Come with me. I have something very important to tell you. It was enough that he let her down once. He didn't want to hide it today and regret it in the future. Yu Shu looked at Jing Qin, who was holding her wrist and walking in front of her. Her eyes flashed, but quickly darkened. She knew that he had another purpose for approaching her. She didn't shake him off again. Without saying a word, she followed him down the stairs from the other side of the observatory. They avoided the group of students who were observing Shigue downstairs and walked towards the small building in the distance. The small building near the observatory was empty. Jing Qin pushed the door open and asked Yu Shu to wait outside. He found a candle and lit it. He picked up the candlestick and turned around to call her. Xiaoyu, come in. Yu Shu glanced inside. When she didn't find anything strange, she walked in. Jing Qin held the lamp and took her to the central hall on the second floor. He placed the candlestick on the coffee table. Yu Shu walked over and opened a window facing the east. The night flowed in. Standing by the window, she could see the view of the observatory from afar. She leaned against the cold window sill and crossed her arms. She raised her eyes and said, "What secret do you want to tell? Why do you have to come to such a place where no one is around?" Jing Qin stood in front of her. He was only 3 to 5 steps away from her. Such a distance made him feel slightly at ease. He clenched his right hand, as if he was taking a breath, and slowly loosened it. Shui Yun said that she told you that I am the great calamity. Hearing this, Yu Shu nodded hesitantly. That time, Shui Yun lured her out and used Jing Chen's secret as bait. She was talking about the great calamity. Later, she learned that Shui Yun framed her, so she thought that the great calamity was also a lie. Looking at Jing Chen now, could it be true? She did tell me, but I didn't believe her. It's true. Jing Chen's face showed a trace of bitterness. My birth is related to the country of Dun. Do you still remember that you have seen my father's exam paper? It said, "Great fortune brings disaster." That's me. If I want peace and people to be at peace, I must find the person who broke my fate and solve my fate. Otherwise, not only will the elders of my sect die soon, but the world will also be in danger. After receiving confirmation, Yu Shu's heart pounded. It was very difficult for her not to feel her scalp tingle at Jing Chen's shocking birth. If the great calamity could really shake the rise and fall of this great nation, then Jing Chen's fate could really shake the world with a single pull. After the shock, Yu Shu was full of doubts. Since there was such a relationship of interests, it was even more impossible for Jing Chen to be involved with her before breaking his fate. She suppressed the shock and asked hesitantly, "Could it be that you have found the person who broke your fate and solved your fate?" Jing Chen shook his head gently and whispered, "I found the person who broke my fate, but I still haven't broken my fate." Oh. Yu Shu was not very surprised because she had already guessed it, but she was even more puzzled. She couldn't help but question Jing Chen, "Since you haven't broken your fate, you still dare to provoke me. Aren't you afraid that your Taoist heart will be affected and harm your master and the others?" Hearing her say this, Jing Chen's face couldn't help but become gloomy. He said coldly, "Those are all lies. Kate Star is evil and has nothing to do with my Taoist heart. My sect and the royal family of Dun have an agreement. They protect my life, but they are afraid that I won't be able to break my fate in the future, so they have taught me to be inhumane since I was a child." The more Yu Shu listened, the more confused she became. Looking at the coldness that flashed across Jing Chen's face, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uneasy. She licked her lips, held the window railing behind her, and asked, "What do you mean by telling me this? Xiaoyu, do you know how I can break my fate after I find the person who broke my fate?" Yu Shu shook her head hesitantly, and the uneasiness in her heart grew. Jing Chen stared at her. His eyes were as clear as spring water. It seemed that they had never changed, but it also seemed that no one had ever seen them clearly. "I want to marry the person who broke my fate and give birth to a child. Only then can I break my fate." Yu Shu held her breath, and her face became gloomy in the blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, she heard her slightly trembling voice, "Who is your person who broke your fate?" Jing Chen lowered his head, as if it was difficult for him to speak, but he still said it. Chapter 486. Added chapter. Dedicated to the leader of ZHVYGHOQ, a chapter full of flowers and hugs. For the sake of Guogua staying up late, you are not allowed to jump and read it. Do you hear me? Read it word by word for me. When Yu Shu heard Jing Chen telling her about the method to destroy a person's life, she had a vague suspicion. However, when she really heard the answer, she still found it hard to accept. "It's you." These were the most sarcastic words she had ever heard. She stared at Jing Chen's face, trying to find a trace of a joke on his face. However, his expression was full of guilt and regret, which made her heart sink little by little. "Are you kidding me? How could I be the person who destroyed your life? If it was me, then why didn't you notice when I was with you for so long?" she asked with a stiff face. Jing Chen looked up at her with a faint gaze. "It's really you, Xiaoyu. You know I never lie." This is a matter of life and death. If I'm not very sure, why would I say it so easily? There's no mistake. I saw your appearance in the yellow spring in the earthly altar of the Emperor's mausoleum with my own eyes. This is the only way to identify a person who destroyed a life. How can it be wrong? Suddenly, she remembered the sudden storm on the day of the ancestral worship. Yushu finally could not help but take a deep breath. Her fingers tightened on the windowsill, and her face turned green. She had no choice but to believe what he said. She was the person who destroyed Jing Chen's life, but it was really her. This was really a big joke. Just 3 months ago, his childhood sweetheart junior sister had wanted to kill her in order to sever their relationship, regardless of whether she was innocent or not. Just 2 months ago, the man in front of her had disregarded the friendship between them for the sake of morality, and had righteously severed ties with her. In the blink of an eye, she had become the person who ruined his life. He had turned around and said that he wanted to be her husband and wife. He had even given her a huge reason to not allow her to reject him. Moreover, it seemed that she was the only one who clearly remembered all those heartless actions. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen looked at Yushu's changing expression under the dim candlelight. He could not tell what she was thinking and could not help but feel nervous. However, after confessing the truth, he felt a little relieved. He took a step forward and said to her bitterly, "I've let you down before. You're right. I regret it now. Can you forgive me?" "Forgive you?" Yushu raised her voice. In this quiet attic, even the slight tremor in her voice could be heard. "Why do you want to ask for my forgiveness? Just because I'm that bullshit life breaker? If I wasn't, would you still be standing here and saying this to me?" I. Her straightforward questioning made Jing Chen speechless. He was not a person who was good at lying. In this situation, he did not even know how to find an excuse for himself. "You won't." Yushu gritted her teeth. The veins on her forehead were bulging. She said the pale truth for him, "If I wasn't the life breaker, you wouldn't care whether I would forgive you or not. For you, the important thing is who the life breaker is, not who I, Yushu, am." The name life breaker hid a heavy meaning behind it. It was like a huge mountain hanging over her head without any defense. As long as she thought about it deeply, Yushu's hair stood on end. Why was Jing Chen intercepted on his way to the capital? Why was he buried with silver needles and abandoned in the river? Why was the person who was hanged on the observatory not long ago? Why was there a note pointing at Jing Chen? Why was there a plot against Jing Chen? She was confused for a while. Now, there was an explanation. Because he was a great disaster. His existence affected the fate of this country. And the existence of the life breaker was related to his fate. She had become the most crucial point, and also the most fatal point. She coldly looked at Jing Chen, who was at a loss but unable to explain himself. She harbored a glimmer of hope and asked in a low voice, "Who did you tell about me being the one who broke your life?" "The Emperor also knows about it." Seeing that Yushu's face turned pale, Jing Chen didn't dare to say more. Yushu held a cold breath and said with difficulty, "Let me ask you. Have you ever thought that those who secretly hurt you wanted to hurt you because they knew you were a great disaster? Have you ever thought about why Chao Yiling was killed? She used to be a top actuary in a company. She could accurately estimate the risks involved in an insurance company. The person who plotted against Jing Chen undoubtedly had the intention of rebelling. And he was lurking in Anling City. He was so powerful that he could know the secret of the great disaster. He hid so deeply that even the royal family couldn't do anything about it. There was such a hidden force who wanted to overthrow the imperial court and had infinite killing intent. If they knew her existence, she would be in great danger. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if she could keep her life, she would not be able to control her life in the future. For that **t righteousness of the country, she had to marry Jing Chen and bear his children. What about Shui Rui? He was the man who moved her heart endlessly, the man who knew and understood her. Was she going to let his sincerity down? Yushu couldn't help but think of that night. Shui Rui stared at her with his dark eyes. Such a cunning and smart man respected and cherished her. Even when he hugged her, he was cautious and careful. He had seen her good and bad, insidiousness and selfishness, but he still loved her. The sound of his heartbeat still echoed in her ears. How could she give up? Yushu had a hard time calming down as she thought about all the difficulties she was going to face. Her remaining rationality told her that Jing Chen had his own difficulties and that he had no choice. She shouldn't hold a grudge against him. However, the reality in front of her told her that the man in front of her, who she had once risked her life to accompany, could abandon her because of a few lies in the past. Now, for the sake of the country, he could push her into the teeth of the storm. She asked Jing Chen like this to see if he did it knowingly or just foolishly. She admitted that she couldn't be cruel to Jing Chen. After all, he was the first man who was willing to sacrifice his life for her. How could she just let him go and not care about him at all? If he was foolishly put her in such a dangerous situation, she could convince herself not to hate him for the sake of their past relationship. But if he did it knowingly, then she would never be soft-hearted. Jing Chen fell silent. He looked at Yushu's aggressive eyes. He seemed to be able to sense the anger and uneasiness that was emitted from her body because of him. For the first 10 years of his life, he had lived a life of lies. He had long been used to the arrangement of fate. When he first found out the truth, he also felt anger. But after the anger subsided, he still couldn't forget the fate that he was carrying. That was the mark that he was born with. Unless he died, it would always be there. He couldn't throw it away. He couldn't bear to hate it. Because his life existed because of this. Thinking like this, his eyes that were so clear that people could see the bottom of his heart gradually darkened. It was as if the dust that was buried in his heart had floated to the surface. Miss Chow died because of me. The culprit hiding in the dark should know that I am the great calamity. He also knows that I am looking for the fate breaker. So he wants to act from my side. He wants to strangle the fate breaker in the cradle before I break the fate breaker. However, you don't have to be afraid. I've discussed it with Big Tipping. We won't reveal the fact that you're the life breaker. We've already found a substitute for you. Before we find out who's behind this, you won't be in any danger. Jing Chen's voice carried a hint of tiredness. After he finished speaking, he quietly looked at Yushu, waiting for her reaction. Only his white fingers under his sleeves revealed his nervousness. And right now, because of his words, Yushu's face was filled with frost and disappointment. He knew that it was not that he did not understand. But he still chose to push her out, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Yushu's fingers scratched the windowsill behind her, but she didn't notice it. Only her little finger, which was broken because of him, could not be used to this day, but it gave off a stinging pain like ants biting it. When she thought that her fate in the future would be controlled by others because of the 3 words, fate breaker, and it was the person in front of her who personally pushed her onto this path, how could she, who was proud and arrogant, accept it? Her throat felt as if there was a mouthful of pus and blood. If she swallowed it back, she was afraid that a tumor would grow in her heart. The endurance and unwillingness that she had been suppressing for Jing Chen after he recovered his memory finally erupted. Jing Chen, I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. I can give up this life for you because I thought you were worth it. But now, do you think you are worth it? Yushu couldn't suppress her anger and roared. In her previous life, she had died in a hurry and died without a cause. She deserved it. But in this life, she was able to keep her life. She cherished her life more than anyone else. She struggled to live until now, for herself, not for anyone else. Why did he decide for her? Why did he think that she would understand? Why did he think that she should be that damned fate breaker? The rise and fall of the Duan dynasty, the lives of his sect elders, what did they have to do with her? Jing Chen was stung by the aggressive look of Yu Shu. He did not know how many times he had seen her coldly frowning at others. But he never thought that one day, that person would be him. In this embarrassing situation, his mind wandered. He easily recalled the days when he lost his memory. That smiling face that looked at him all day, and that kiss that gently fell on his cheek in the forest. That lively and moving Xiao Yu, because of his betrayal, had become so cold. I have done wrong to you, his voice became hoarse. He still could not find a word to explain his difficulties. The only thing he could do was not to deceive her. Xiao Yu, I know that you no longer have any feelings for me. If I want you to marry me and have children with me, you will find it hard to accept. Don't worry, I will not force you. I will be good to you in the future, very, very good to you. I will let you fall in love with me again, and be willing to be a couple with me. I will protect you for a lifetime, and will not let anyone hurt you. The promise he made sounded so ridiculous to Yu Shu. It was not that he had not said the same words before. But later, when he was faced with a choice, the person he let go of was her. Although she was extremely angry, she surprisingly calmed down. After taking a few breaths, she swallowed the ridicule that was about to come out of her mouth. Fall in love with him again. Impossible. She understood herself better than anyone else. She was a stubborn person. She would not shed tears until she saw the coffin, and would not turn back until she hit the wall. If it was not for the fact that Shui Rui would let her down in the future, even if Jing Chen twisted his head off for her to kick as a ball, she would not fall in love with him. Even if Shui Rui let her down, she would not go back to him. Yu Shu did not speak about Shui Rui out of impulse. Jing Chen could disregard her life and death for the sake of righteousness, but she could not use the person she loved as a shield because of selfishness. Moreover, this situation was very important. Even if it was Shui Rui, it was impossible for him to shake the emperor's heart. In this world, the emperor was the most powerful. For his family and country, he could turn anyone who stood in his way into a pile of bones. You should give up. If you want me to be your husband and wife, you might as well ask me to die. You can hold my urn and go to the heaven and earth to get married. Let's see if you can break your life. Yu Shu said coldly. She would not pretend to be subservient to Jing Chen just because her life was in someone else's hands. Although Jing Chen had placed the matter of breaking his life at the forefront, his guilt towards her was the biggest trump card in her hand. When she could stand on an objective point of view and look at this person, she had nothing to be afraid of. As long as she had a sense of propriety, she could completely make use of his guilt. Xiaoyu, don't say things out of anger. You won't die. I won't force you. I can wait until the day you change your mind. Her words stabbed at Jing Chen's heart. In addition to sadness and regret, there was also heartache. This cold-looking girl in front of him had suffered a lot for him. However, after he recovered his memory, everything he did made her sad. Ha! Yu Shu sneered. She closed the window behind her and picked up the candlestick on the coffee table. When she walked past him, she paused for a moment. She tilted her head and thought of a question. It did not take long for her to ask. You said that you found a substitute for me. Is it that Zhan Shuiyuan? Yes. Jing Chen knew that Yu Shu had always been smart. He only said one thing, and she could guess 2 or 3 things. After confirming that Zhan Shuiyuan had become a target for her, Yu Shu did not feel very happy. On one hand, she was secretly glad that they knew to cover up for her. On the other hand, she felt a little sad. She hated Zhang Shuiyuan, who was arrogant and proud. She had never thought of letting him take a knife for her. However, she did not have the final say. She was in deep trouble. She could not even protect herself, so how could she care about others? As the saying goes, a dead friend does not have to die. At most, she did not want the 3 slaps and did not set a trap for Zhang Shuiyuan. She could not do anything else. There were still many questions in Yushu's mind, but she did not ask them all at once tonight. She carefully protected the candle in her hand and planned what to do next. She ignored Jing Chen's hesitation and went downstairs without looking back, leaving him in the dark. Jing Chen stood in the same place and only turned his head to watch her leave. He did not stop her, nor did he chase after her. Listening to her footsteps, he thought back to her question just now. Do you think you are worth it? Chapter 487. When Yushu left the small building, she did not go back to the observatory. She crossed the lawn and found Xian Lu, who was observing the stone tablet. She greeted him and said that she had a headache and wanted to leave. Xian Lu was about to slip away, so he simply left with her. The 2 of them returned to the female dormitory. Yushu did not speak the entire way. Xian Lu chattered incessantly. Seeing her dark expression, he thought that she was uncomfortable and did not care. As soon as they entered the room, Yushu sat tiredly on the chair, one hand covering her forehead. After an unknown amount of time, the anger in her heart subsided, leaving behind only sorrow. Towards Jing Qin, she had never been willing to be too harsh. Even after he recovered his memory, he broke his promise with her time and time again. Even when, under Shui Yun's pressure, he cruelly cut off all contact with her. Even when, in his heart, she was a burden that he could let go of at any time. She did not feel any resentment. Because of the friendship between the 2 of them, he did not care, but she was. However, Jing Chen's actions today truly made her heart bitterly disappointed. He clearly knew that it was a pit of fire, but he still pushed her to jump in. If the 2 of them had a deep hatred, or if they had never met before, it would have been fine. But she was not. She, Yushu, had never done anything wrong to Jing Chen. When he fell into the river, she risked her life to save him. When he was heavily injured, she brewed medicine every day. When he could not speak, when he lost his martial arts, she did her best to take care of him. When he lost his memory, she did everything she could to help him recover. When he disappeared without a word, she ran around in the heavy snow. When he spoke of the difficulties of his life, she was worried and anxious for him. When his life was revealed, even if her fingers were twisted and broken, she would not reveal half a word about him. But what about him? He sold her out with just an apology and made her take on a responsibility that didn't belong to her. If she hadn't put on an act to trick him tonight, she probably wouldn't have known what was going on until she died. He had wronged her like this. Why should she care about the friendship that had already passed away? Yushu laughed coldly, mocking herself. That day when they met in Yang City, they actually got to know each other in 3 months in Jiangnan. How could she have thought that she would end up in such a situation where you are heartless and I am unjust? She covered her face with one hand and sat on a chair in front of the hall, listening to the sound of summer cicadas outside the window. She sat there for the whole night. She waited until the rays of morning light peeked through the crack of the door and window before she slowly put down her stiff arm. She pressed on the armrest and propped herself up. With slow but steady steps, she walked into the inner room. Zhan family guest house Pipe. Zhan Shuiyuan waved his arm, causing a set of green porcelain cups on the coffee table to fall to the ground. Panting, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Despicable and shameless. She acted presumptuously in Tibet, but I didn't hold it against her. She didn't know what was good for her, and even dared to speak ill of me behind my back, causing me to be unable to go to the library these few days, and almost delayed my examination. She even dared to seduce academician Jing behind my back. How shameless! Cui Yun hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid being pricked by the debris. She carefully looked at Zhang Chuyuan's angry face and added fuel to the fire. Isn't that so? You weren't there last night. I saw her talking and laughing with academician Jing with my own eyes, and then she led people downstairs. I didn't dare to follow them, but I saw the two of them enter the small building one after the other from the observatory. They stayed there for a long time before coming out. I really don't know what kind of shady business they did inside. Shut up. Zhang Chuyuan angrily slapped the coffee table, reached out to point at Cui Yun's nose, and turned the spearhead around. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. If you didn't steal my Tianyu and make me think that she did it, would I have let her slap me for nothing? It's all your fault. I hate you. If there's a problem with my examination this time, you'll be the first one who won't forgive me. Cui Yun embarrassedly lowered her head. She didn't dare to provoke her anymore, so she could only choose to say something pleasant. Shui Yuan, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. Calm down and prepare well today. Tomorrow you will take the examination of the Celestial Commissioner. When you become a female official of the Imperial Counselor, you will be in charge of the affairs in your hands. You don't need to be afraid of that powerless woman anymore. Also, I asked someone to inquire that Yu Shu used to be from the family of the former right magistrate. Later, when the Ji family was defeated, her mother secretly ran away. I don't know how many scandals there are behind her. You can check her household card and reveal these things. Let's see if she can still be arrogant then. Although Zhang Chuyuan was still angry, her eyes obviously brightened a little. Are you serious? Cui Yun nodded. I heard it from the little sister who used to be good friends with Ji Xingxuan. It can't be wrong. Zhang Chuyuan sneered and said, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I will let that shameless thing know that I'm not easy to bully. She hit me, I will return it to her tenfold. Cui Yun responded on the side and coaxed Zhang Chuyuan back with a few words. Seeing that there was nothing else, she made an excuse to leave. After leaving the Zhang family's villa, Cui Yun sat on a sedan chair at the east gate and carried it all the way to the small door of a big mansion in the north of the city. When the old maid guarding the door saw her, she didn't shy away and opened the door with a smile. Cui Yun asked, is the princess in the mansion now? Yes, the second young lady is also here. The second young lady mentioned by the old maid was not the second young lady of the Xiang prince's mansion, but the second young lady of the Cui family, Cui Axayan, who drank milk with the princess since childhood. Cui Yun secretly curled her lips. Originally, she wanted to be alone in front of the princess, so she deliberately chose this time to come. Who knew that her elder sister was also here? Shiwen was wrapped in a beautiful blue pearl gauze as she sat crookedly in the waterside pavilion. Her small hand, which was dyed pink with nail polish, held the beauty fan and slowly waved it. Beside her sat a slender and beautiful woman. Her eyes were soft and gentle, and she looked older than Shiwen by a year and a half. At this moment, she was carefully peeling a green grape, using a silver skewer to pick out the seeds before feeding it to Shiwen. Her eyes were gentle and indulgent. Miss Cui is here. The maid reported from outside the curtain. Shiwen turned her head and looked at Cui Yun who was walking along the waterside. She smiled and said to Cui Axayan, Sister Axayan, guess whether this is good news or bad news. Cui Axayan took a handkerchief and slowly pressed the grape juice at the corner of Shiwen's mouth. She looked up at the figure on the shore and said, she wouldn't dare to come if she can't do what you asked her to do. As she spoke, Cui Yun entered the waterside pavilion. She first kowtowed to Shiwen and then gave her elder sister a flattering smile. Princess, elder sister. Tell me, how is it? Shiwen looked at the flattering Cui Yun and felt a little annoyed. If it wasn't because she couldn't find someone to use, she wouldn't have picked such a sly person. She even messed up the matter of Hua Jinyuan. If it wasn't because she still had some use, she wouldn't have allowed such a person to be in front of her. Cui Yun looked at Shiwen impatiently and didn't dare to keep her in suspense. Today I learned all the words to Zhan Shuiyuan. When she takes office in Taiching Department, she will definitely not let Yu Xuanzi have an easy time. Cui Axan said, Yu Xuanzi is not very fierce. Miss Zhan suffered a great loss in his hands. She was beaten and scolded. Isn't she afraid at all? She will listen to whatever you say. She doesn't learn from her mistakes. Isn't she a little stupid? Shiwen also looked at Cui Yun with a little worry. Cui Yun hurriedly said, It's not like that. It's also a coincidence. Last night, Academician Jing of Taisher Book Garden was substituting for Academician Sima. I happened to see Academician Jing and Yu Xuanzi on the observatory, so I added oil to the fire and told Zhan Shuiyuan. Princess, you may not know, but Zhan Shuiyuan admires Academician Jing very much. When she heard this, she was very angry. How could she care about that witch? She can't wait to pull her face now. Shiwen burst into laughter. She raised her long neck and patted her thigh with a round fan, saying, Hee hee hee, if she really dares to pull Yu Lianfang's face, I will treat her to a banquet. Cui Yun was puzzled. Although she listened to Princess Shiwen's words and made trouble for Yu Shu, she didn't know what happened between them. Was it worth being so happy? Cui Axan held her hand and said to Cui Yun, This witch doesn't know how to behave. She has offended Princess several times. Relying on a little bit of human relations, she is arrogant. Princess can't teach her a lesson. You ruined Princess's arrangement in Huajian Garden. This time, you can be considered to have redeemed yourself. Princess said that she will give you an invitation to the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet as a reward for being sensible. Hearing this, Cui Yun hid her excitement and bowed her head, saying, Thank you, Princess. In the future, Yun will do everything that Princess asks me to do. Looking at her humble appearance, Shiwen's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if she could enter the court and become an official? In front of her, she still had to be like a dog waiting for her reward. Cui Axan sent Cui Yun away and poured a cup of warm plum tea for Shiwen. Looking at Shiwen's changing expression, she said with pity, You don't have to worry. At the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, I will help you keep an eye on those dishonest ones and make sure they don't cause trouble for you. Shiwen lay on her knees and covered her face with a fan. She said in a low voice, Sister, you don't know. I will be 16 this year. Father is delaying my marriage. Seeing that His Majesty is about to be dissatisfied, Mother said that the palace intends to marry me to the northeast to appease the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. This year's Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet is my last chance. If I don't take the risk, I will have no choice in the future. Cui Axan touched her hair. Her eyes were strange and she said worriedly, Your Grace, do you really not want to discuss it with the princess? You should at least let the eldest young master know. After all, you are a woman. If one day you send the golden jade hibiscus to him and he rejects you, you will not even have the last chance. Shiwen was silent for a while. Her voice came from under the fan. If I tell him, I'm afraid he won't even go to the banquet. It doesn't matter. I know he doesn't like the marriage with the count. It was grandfather who forced him. Don't worry. Since I have decided to do this, I naturally have a way to make it impossible for him to reject me. Chapter 488. Yu Shu slept in the female dormitory for half a day. When she woke up in the afternoon, it started raining again. The stuffy heat of the previous day was swept away, and the air was cool. After closing the doors and windows, she left LoveLore Library with an umbrella. Yesterday, she told Lu Zhong that she did not need to pick her up. At this time, there was no sedan chair to hire on the street. Walking on the wet street, the anxiety in her heart dissipated step by step. The more one was in prison, the more one could not panic. Being in the situation, Yushu spent a night thinking about what she should do next to get rid of the responsibility and danger brought by the new identity of Lifebreaker. At first glance, she only had two ways to go. The first way was to resign to fate and obediently marry Jing Qin and have children, becoming a stone brick for the prosperity of the Dan dynasty. Then, she would live a seemingly harmonious life with a man she resented. When the day came for her to retire, she would let others decide whether she would continue to be rich and powerful, or become a good lackey. When all the birds were gone and the cunning rabbit was dead, she would be cooked or hidden. The second way was to refuse to comply with the feudal superstition and arranged marriage. Then, she would be regarded as refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. They would then tie her up and force her to marry Jing Qin. From then on, she would live a life of imprisonment. Until Jing Qin lost his life, what awaited her was either to be silenced or to continue to be imprisoned. In other words, with the title Lifebreaker on her head, whether she cooperated or not, the rest of her life was destined to be a tragedy. Jing Qin, have you ever stood in my position and thought that this Lifebreaker is actually a person who is seeking death? Yushu walked alone on the road, and the sound of the rain covered her words. The great calamity, your life is tied to the rise and fall of a dynasty. Knowing such a huge secret, when I'm no longer of use, will they let me live? At that time, if they find a dignified reason to have you personally kill me, I'm afraid you'll do it. To put it bluntly, Jing Qin was like a treasure that could shake the foundation of a country, and she was the key to the door of the treasure. Without her, this treasure could not be opened. However, when someone opened the door with the key and took the treasure out, the treasure would still be a treasure, and she, the key, would become a waste. Yushu clenched the handle of the umbrella, and her face became colder. She raised her eyes and quickly glanced around. If she remembered correctly, the passerby in a gray robe on the opposite side of the street had been following her from the gate of LoveLore Library. There was also the hawker who was pushing his cart home not far away. He had not left her sight. Before yesterday, she would not have paid attention to these details. Now, it seemed that someone was secretly watching her, in case she had an accident before Jing Qin lost his life. Yushu's eyes flashed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. It took her a night to confirm this important point. Before the treasure was opened, she could not lose this key. The wonderful thing was that in the current situation, there was a group of people with bad intentions secretly watching Jing Qin, the death and disaster, and they wanted to ruin it. In order to kill these rebels, the ruler of the country would temporarily hide her, the key. First, they would not use it, and second, they would protect her well. In other words, now she was supported by the emperor. There were advantages and disadvantages, and blessings and misfortunes were interdependent. Yushu knew the trump card in her hand. If she wanted to break out of the situation, she had to first find out what the problem was, and then she could take the right medicine. What she could do now was to find out the secret behind Jing Qin, the troublemaker, by taking advantage of the situation. It sounded incredible that a person's life could decide the fate of the country. The death and disaster, the person who broke one's life, and the absurd way to break it. Where did these words come from, and how could the ruler of the country believe it? She thought about it all night, and this was the problem. From the north of the city to the south, Yushu walked a long way. An umbrella could not block the wind and rain. When she returned home in the evening, half of her body was wet. Yundo moved a small stool and sat under the door to wait. Seeing her drenched appearance, she hurriedly shook off the cloak in her hands and went forward to wrap her up. She held up the umbrella and pushed her to the backyard. Lu Zhong went out to pick up the girl. Didn't you see him? Why did you come back in the rain? Quickly go inside, what if you catch a cold? When Yushu heard the little maidservants muttering, she didn't find her annoying. Instead, she cooperated and entered the house. She took off her wet clothes and climbed onto the bed. She covered herself with a thin blanket and quietly watched as the maidservant busied herself in front of her. One moment, she brought hot water for her, and the next moment, she used a towel to dry her hair. When Zhao Hui heard that Yushu came back wet, she left He Xiaochuan with the wet nurse and had Madame Chen instruct the kitchen to cook some hot soup. She crossed the courtyard to Yushu's room and saw her lying on the bed in a daze. She hurriedly walked to her side and touched her wet hair. Why are you drenched like this? Didn't I call Lu Zhong to pick you up? You are also a child. Seeing that the rain is getting heavier, you can't find a place to hide and come back when the rain is lighter. You must have caught a cold. Look at how white your little face is. Zhao Hui used her hands to hold her ice-cold face. She sensitively sensed that this child had something on her mind. Just as she was wondering what had happened, Yushu hugged her waist and buried her head in her embrace. Mother. When Zhao Hui heard her muffled voice, she was stunned for a moment. She hugged her back and responded with an "ai." She felt a bit sour and uncomfortable in her heart. She thought that this child was naturally strong-willed. As a girl, she had been supporting the facade outside and had never complained about being tired or bitter. How much grievance must she have suffered for her to be willing to show a bit of weakness in front of her? Yushu hugged Zhao Hui and smelled the milky fragrance on her body. She absent-mindedly thought of her previous life. When she was a child, she couldn't remember clearly. But when she grew up and had her own opinions, it seemed that she had never been so intimate with her parents. Instead, she always saw her younger brother acting like a spoiled child to her parents, crying and being comforted in her mother's arms. Later, the person who took care of and comforted her younger brother became her. Xiao Yua, Xiao Hui patted her back and said softly, if you have encountered something sad, tell mother. Mother can't help you solve your problems, but at least I can listen to your heart. Yushu breathed in the strong smell of her mother on Zhao Hui's body. Although it was a bit more comforting, she couldn't help but want to pour out her heart. But she didn't forget the severity of Jing Chen's matter. If it was leaked, whoever heard it would be harmed. I just feel bad in my heart, that's all. She raised her head from Zhao Hui's arms. I want to eat the small wonton stew you cooked, is that okay? When Zhao Hui heard that she wanted to eat it, how could she not agree? She immediately said yes, there is still raw meat in the kitchen. I just made some chicken soup at noon. I will go to the kitchen to make the stuffing. After saying that, she let go of her and quickly went to the kitchen to prepare. Yushu slept for a day and walked all the way. Her stomach was already growling, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She wrapped herself in the quilt and lay on the bed in a daze. Yundo came in from outside and gently called her a few times. She didn't respond, thinking that she was asleep. When she walked closer, she found that her eyes were open. Miss. Yushu listlessly turned her eyes. Yundo picked up the clothes at the head of the bed and said to her, Mr. Shui is here. Quickly put on your clothes and get up. I don't know what it is. Yushu suddenly sat up and looked at the sky outside the window. It was clearly still raining outside. She didn't expect Shui Rui to come at this time. She was happy and worried at the same time. Happy because she wanted to see him at this time, worried because she didn't know what to say when she saw him. Where are my shoes? Yushu turned over and got off the bed. No matter what, she couldn't hide from him. Yundo brought a clean dress for her to change into. Because her hair was still wet, she tied it into a bun at the back of her head and used a long pearl hairpin to twist it. Half of her long hair hung down to her waist. Dressed in plain clothes, she went to the front to meet the guest. Entering under the eaves, Yundo closed the umbrella. Yushu lifted the hem of her dress and put it down. When she looked up, she saw the room was brightly lit. Shui Rui was sitting in the light, holding a cup of tea in his hand. He was wearing a round neck robe made of willow satin, which made his figure look tall and slender. His black hair was neatly tied at the back of his head, revealing his square forehead. A pair of bright peach blossom eyes stared at her from the moment she walked out of the door. Probably because it was dark and there was no one else around, his gaze was not reserved. Yushu's eyes flickered a little. She turned her head and called Yundo to guard the corridor, then walked in. "It's raining, why did you come here?" It had been another 3 or 4 days since their last small gathering at Wangjilu. The documents of the judicial office have been sorted out and submitted in the afternoon. "I returned to the Fu." Shui Rui paused and looked at Yushu sitting down opposite him. He lowered his voice and said, "I missed you, so I came." The two of them had an intimate moment on the rooftop that night, and both Shui Rui and Yushu felt that they had taken a step closer to each other from the bottom of their hearts. There was a saying that a day apart felt like 3 years. When Yushu heard Shui Rui's straightforward words of love, it would be a lie to say that she was not happy. She had just discovered not long ago that Shui Rui, who was smooth and sophisticated in dealing with people, was quite frank in terms of feelings. For example, now, if he missed her, he would come to see her. He did not mind telling her. He would not put on an act and deliberately put on a high profile in front of her. Looking at Shui Rui like this, how could Yushu not be angry at the identity of the person who broke her life? She had to let go of such a considerate and tactful man to marry and have children with an enemy. Wasn't this digging out her heart? "Big brother, have you eaten dinner?" Yushu opened her mouth and asked dryly. She really did not think about whether she should tell Shui Rui about Jingqin. To be honest, she was a little timid. She did not have much confidence. If Shui Rui knew that there was such a big mountain on top of her head, and if he wanted to achieve good things with her, he would have to go against the emperor and even abandon the peace and prosperity. Would he still choose to stand with her? It was not her fault that she was not confident. In her opinion, how much you gave, how much you could get. She had been extremely benevolent to Jingqin. They had been through life and death together. That person could use her to achieve righteousness. What about Shui Rui? What had she done for Shui Rui? When she looked back and thought about it, it had always been Shui Rui who had been helping her all along, and he'd done a great deal for her in silence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was always at her beck and call, yet before she had the chance to treat him well, such a mishap had occurred. Last night, she asked Jingqin if he was worth her to break her life for him. Today, she also wanted to ask herself, was she worth Shui Rui taking the risk to go against the court for her? She actually had an answer in her heart. Yushu's eyes turned gray. Her heart was sour and bitter, but she also felt helpless. Why did she feel that Shui Rui should bear the crime of treason with her for her own selfishness? If she also put Shui Rui in a dilemma, what was the difference between it and what Jingqin had done to her? "Shu, why don't you say anything? Are you tired?" "Oh, I stayed up late last night and watched the stars in the Taisho Shuyuan. I didn't sleep well during the day." Yushu pretended to rub her eyes to prevent him from seeing any clues. Then she said, "Godmother cooked wontons herself. Stay and eat with us." Shui Rui said with a smile, "I still remember Aunt Huai's wonton noodles. At that time in Yang City, I brought you to try it." "Yes, I also remember, at that time." Shui Rui changed the topic and looked at Yushu, who was chattering endlessly. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Seeing that she was a little strange today, it seemed that she had encountered something difficult, but it was not convenient to tell him. Chapter 489. The rain didn't stop until the evening. Yushu sent Shui Rui out of the gate. "Big brother, go back. Be careful at night." Shui Rui turned back to look at the thin and slender Yushu standing on the steps. He couldn't describe what was wrong with her, but he couldn't put his mind at ease. He looked up and saw that there was no one else in the gatehouse, only a little servant girl. He stepped aside, using his body as a cover, and raised his hand to grab her soft hair. His palm came into contact with the coldness, which made him frown inwardly. He squeezed her tightly and said in a low voice, "If you have nothing to do tomorrow, come to Wangji Tower." In the end, it was not convenient to talk at her home. He had to ask her tomorrow. Yushu looked up at him and saw the concern in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said with a light smile, "Then in the afternoon. I have to go to Assistant Minister Chio's Fu in the morning." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Shui Rui nodded but didn't let go of her hand. He just stood there and said, "Last time you said you wanted to go out to play. Pick another day. I see that your red horse is quite spirited. It's just that it always doesn't run." He said something unimportant as his warm and thick palm wrapped around the back of her hand. He rubbed it for a while until her fingers were warm again. Only then did he end the conversation. "I'm leaving. Don't stay up late to read. Rest early." Yushu watched as Shui Rui boarded the carriage. She slowly retracted her warm hand into her sleeve. Her heart missed the moment of his warmth. Her gaze followed the carriage into the distance until it disappeared at the corner of the street. She was still staring into the distance in a daze. "Miss, the wind is rising. Go back to your room." Yundo called from behind her. "An." Yushu turned around. There was no hesitation in her eyes. She thought, "It won't be too late to tell him after I thoroughly investigate this matter." As soon as Shui Rui returned to the Fu, he heard the servant say that Shui Lingnan was looking for him. Shui Rui thought there was something urgent, so he hurried to the small study in the north yard without even changing his clothes. All the way to the door, he did not see a single servant. Shui Rui's footsteps slowed down, and he heard a few low coughs coming from the half-closed door. He stopped in his tracks and did not make a sound until the coughs disappeared. "Grandfather, I'm back. Is it Qingbai? Come in and talk." Shui Rui pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he turned around, he saw Shui Lingnan had a dark green cloak draped over his shoulders, and his back was straight as he sat by himself on the recliner under the bookshelf. A thin blanket covered his knees, and he held a few yellow booklets in his hand. "I heard from Hotaku that you came back in the afternoon. Where did you go?" Shui Lingnan raised his head and asked. Facing his grandson, whom he had raised since childhood, he still maintained a dignified expression. "I went to visit a friend and stayed for supper." Shui Rui walked over and looked behind him. He hesitated for a moment before he walked forward and closed the wide-open window. Then, he turned around and retreated in front of the old man. "Grandfather, did something big happen?" Shui Lingnan had seen his actions. Under the dim light of the lamp, his aged face was expressionless. In the morning court today, someone took the lead in bringing up the matter of appointing a successor and submitted a memorial. Shui Rui asked in surprise, "Who submitted it?" He was a fifth-rank official and did not have to attend court every day. Recently, he had been busy revising laws and documents. He had just been released in the afternoon, so he had not heard of the morning court. "Your second uncle's father-in-law, the Celestial Commissioner, left Judge Axian." Shui Rui's second aunt was from the Axian family, one of the 12 prefectures in Jing. The current left judge, Xianya, was Minister Shue's in-law. It wasn't that no one had brought up the matter of appointing a successor, but the emperor was physically strong and the matter was always left unsettled. There had been no movement in recent years. Now that the princes had come of age, it was inevitable that some people would start thinking about it. Of the princes who had come of age, Ning Wang Lu Hao, born by Yin Shufei, and Jin Wang Lu Tan, born by noble consort Shui, were the hottest topic. Originally, Lu Tan had been recuperating in the mountains for many years and had not returned, so his influence was not as great as Lu Hao's. But 2 months ago, Lu Tan had defeated Lu Hao at the Shuangyang conference and received the title of Jin Wang, becoming the youngest marquis. With Shui Lingnan, the minister of the 6 departments, as his maternal grandfather, and the emperor also bestowed a marriage to the southern Xia Jiang family, Lu Tan's influence was gradually catching up to Lu Hao's. Shui Rui's eyelids jumped. Looking at Shui Lingnan's cold face, he knew that the matter of appointing a successor was not his grandfather's idea. There was more to it than meets the eye. So he asked, "Has left adjudicator Xian recommended a candidate?" Shui Lingnan only shook his head and looked at him. Shui Rui thought for a while and said, "His Majesty had just returned from the day of worshipping the ancestors in Huazhen Garden. His body was unwell and he had been bedridden for a few days. He had just recovered, but today, someone proposed to appoint a successor. His Majesty will definitely be unhappy." Although left adjudicator Xian did not specifically recommend Jin Wang, but he and our Fu are in-laws. Others will definitely guess that it was us. If His Majesty is angry, it is impossible that he would not be suspicious of grandfather. For such a big matter, left adjudicator Xian did not discuss it with grandfather. I don't know if he was muddled or instigated by someone. He did not say everything and did not point out who instigated Xianya, but in his heart, he was very sure that this matter had something to do with Ning Wang's faction. Shui Lingnan looked at the child he had raised with satisfaction. He handed over the memorial that he had been holding in his hands for a long time and sneered, saying, "You don't need to help exonerate your second uncle's family. Xianya is a short-sighted person. His old father, old academician Xian, is an intelligent person. It is a pity that he is old and retired early, not meddling in other people's business. If it wasn't for the imperial edict that year, I would not have allowed your second uncle to marry this noble girl. Let me ask you, a while ago, did your second aunt look for you in private, intending to match you with the 6th young miss of the Xian family?" Knowing that nothing in this Fu could be hidden from the old man in front of him, Shui Rui lowered his head and said, "Second aunt did have such intentions, but grandson rejected her." Shui Lingnan said, "That was also Xianya's idea. He was testing this old man, thinking that by marriage, your cousin Jing Wang will be able to achieve great things in the future, his Xian family will be more stable. Seeing that we do not have such intentions, he started to have other ideas. Your aunt sent out news from the palace that Xu Fei seems to be dissatisfied with the current Ning Wang Fei and wants to find a side Fei for Ning Wang. Among the candidates that she has her eyes on, the young miss of the Xian family is among them. This old man thinks that Ning Wang must have promised the Xian family something, that Xianya dared to pretend to be a fool and stab the Shui family in the imperial court today." Shui Rui's eyes flashed. Only now did he understand why Xian's Wasi had made a mistake. He opened the memorials that Shui Lingnan handed to him and quickly flipped through them. He saw that they were all articles praising Lu Tan. Some of them were exaggerated and even he frowned when he read them. It could be imagined that when the emperor saw these memorials, he wasn't happy that his son had surpassed his father, but he was angry that someone was coveting the position he was sitting on. "Grandfather, these memorials, after the court session ended, the Holy Emperor sent me to the imperial study and threw them in front of me." Shui Lingnan's face was expressionless. He didn't say more about the emperor's anger at the time and brushed it over. He looked at Shui Rui and waited for him to continue. Shui Rui thought for a bit and said, there is no lack of people watching outside right now. It is not convenient for grandfather to invite Jing Wang over to the Fu to prevent any unpleasant rumors from reaching the Holy Emperor's ears. I will go to Jing Wang now. Is there anything you want me to bring? Shui Lingnan nodded. Jing Wang is still young and can't control his temper. After this matter, the emperor will definitely find an excuse to reprimand him in a few days to suppress his limelight. You don't need to tell him in advance. It's a good thing to let him suffer a little. In addition, tell him about Axayanya's schemes so that he will be more careful in the future. Grandson will remember. I will change my clothes and go out now. Shui Rui placed the few memorials on the tea table and touched the teapot in passing. He realized that the water inside the teapot had turned cold. When he turned his head and saw Shui Lingnan's white hair and sunken and thin cheeks, he instantly felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Grandfather, the tea is cold. I will get someone to change it before I leave. Shui Lingnan, who was deep in thought, slowly raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. His cloudy eyes revealed a complicated expression. He swallowed his cough and said in a low voice, "Your mother's illness acted up again during dinner. Don't disturb her rest for the next 2 days in case she sees you and causes trouble again." Shui Rui's arm that was holding the teapot stiffened. He tried his best to suppress the chill that crept up his spine. His nose wrinkled and half of his face turned away from the light. He said in a low voice, "I know. I won't go to the rear courtyard for the next few days." Shui Lingnan sighed faintly and leaned on the recliner. He pulled the blanket to his waist and waved at him. Shui Rui silently left with the teapot until he retreated to the door. He closed the door of the small study with a backhand and instantly clenched his fists. The lantern hanging high under the eaves shone on his handsome face. At this moment, it was full of darkness and sarcasm. Shui Rui went to the guest house that night to see Lu Tan. He said something and brought Minister Shui's words to him. After the 4th watch, he left through the side door of the guest house. He did not return to the mansion but went to the Wangji Tower. The next day, Yu Shu deleted and added several paragraphs of the 8 characters of marriage that Xia Jiangmin had annotated last night. She copied it again and sent it to the assistant minister's mansion today. Mrs. Chiu took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. She saw that her annotations were accurate. Some of the words of good or bad luck matched with what she had heard before. For example, the mother of young Masterly was not kind. This annotation said that the elders were against each other and that it was not good for the family business. Moreover, the son of young Master Zhao had several maidservants. This annotation said that the peach blossoms were rotten and that it was not good for the children. Mrs. Chiu also noticed that the annotations were all aimed at the men, not the women. Finally, Yu Shu stamped her 2 seals at the end of the annotation. One was the Yi-Shi seal and the other was the Swansea seal. Mrs. Chiu was secretly surprised but also convinced. She closed the annotation with great satisfaction. She gave a look to the maidservant beside her. When the maidservant went behind the gauze cabinet, she thanked Yu Shu. "Thank you for your trouble. The day before yesterday, I got a pair of toys. I want to give them to you to play with." After a while, she saw the maidservant come out with a square plate. On it were 2 fist-sized golden pichou squatting. They raised their heads and raised their feet. They were shining with golden light and looked like living creatures. Yu Shu looked at the 2 lumps of pure gold. Regardless of the workmanship, they were worth 100 or 200 taels of silver. She was very surprised by Mrs. Chiu's heavy thanks and declined. "It's nothing. How can I let Madam spend more money?" Mrs. Chiu didn't mind. She said with a smile, "Lady, don't regard me as an outsider. This is what I should do. You should know that people like us go to the day exchange hall to ask for a fortune stick. Not to mention the cost, we can't ask for it once or twice. How can you be so detailed and considerate? Yushu saw that she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. She also knew that Chiu Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, was very rich and didn't care about this little bit. So she didn't refuse again. She took the 2 lumps of gold and chatted with Mrs. Chiu for a while before getting up to leave. Chapter 490. The hegemon is here again. Thank you for having a new hegemon, C_N. ******, hug. When Shui Rui woke up, he was in the courtyard. The blanket on his body slipped to his feet. There was a wine pot next to his pillow and an open wine jar on the ground, reminding him how much he drank last night. He groaned and sat up, rubbing his forehead. He combed his messy long hair and squinted at the dazzling sunlight outside the courtyard. He called out, "Come in." Gue Ba, who was guarding outside the curtain, came in with a basin of water and a white cotton towel. Shui Rui wiped his face with cold water and felt more refreshed. He smelled the strong smell of alcohol on his body and thought that Yushu would come later. He frowned and said, "Prepare warm soup." Gue Ba said, "Why don't you have breakfast first?" "The kitchen is ready. I will serve it to you." Shui Rui waved his hand. "What time is it?" "Leave it for lunch." Gue Ba looked at his face and took the towel. He reported, "An hour ago, Prince Yangzhe sent someone to book a table. He said that young Lord Rui and second young Master Qi would come at noon. What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. He put on his coat and asked, "How many?" If Lu Jiong and the others came for a banquet, it must be a first-class banquet. The dishes and wine cups must be carefully arranged. They must first agree on the number of people to avoid a mess. I said to prepare 8 bowls and chopsticks. Shui Rui calculated that if they brought a few female guests, Shiwen would be missing. He suddenly had a headache. It wasn't that he didn't know how his cousin felt about him. At first, he just thought that she was young and insensible, so he didn't care. But the last time she heard from somewhere that his grandfather intended to marry the Rui family, she came to Wang Jilu and said those words. It was hard not to take it to heart. What's more, he almost met Yushu that time. He really couldn't stop worrying. Fortunately, Yushu would come in the afternoon, so he could send this group of people away as soon as possible, lest Shiwen was crafty and targeted her again. Shui Rui wasn't afraid that Yushu would be at a disadvantage, but he was afraid that Shiwen would blabber and cause a misunderstanding. Shui Rui washed away the smell of alcohol and smoked a pot of sandalwood. He sat in the study tidily and flipped through an account book that Yushu had corrected a while ago, waiting for Lu Jiong and the others to come. It was less than 1:45 p.m. The front building was full of customers, but the back building was still quiet. Gue Qi jogged to Shui Rui's room through the drooping flower gate that led to the backyard. Shui Rui put away the account book and walked out of the door. Lu Jiong and the others entered the backyard, talking and laughing. "Brother Rui." Feng Xiaomiao shouted first and jumped in front of Shui Rui in 2 steps. "I thought you were cooped up in the Supreme Court and wouldn't come out. Are you done with your work?" Shui Rui nodded, patted his shoulder, and looked over there. He glanced over and noticed the 3 or 4 little girls in men's clothing following behind Lu Jiong, Rui, and Rui Lin. Their hair and faces were powdered. When he looked again, he noticed the person Shiwen was holding intimately. His gaze paused, and the smile at the corner of his mouth faded. "Brother Rui, today's meal is on you. Rui Lin got the official position in the Ministry of Justice yesterday. Now, he is also a 5th-rank official like you." Lu Jiong smiled and pushed young Lord Rui, who was proud of his success, and said, "In the future, one of you will investigate cases in the Supreme Court, and the other in the Ministry of Justice." Zhao Miao no longer needs to worry about getting caught to see the officials if he gets into trouble. Ah. I'm not that troublesome. Didn't the young lord hear that I'm also in the military? Now I'm also a person who does big things. Feng Zhaomiao retorted angrily and shyly, causing everyone to laugh. Shui Rui congratulated Rui Lin and led the crowd upstairs. A few ladies who were dressed as men lagged behind him. Shiwen was wearing a fiery red riding outfit. Her hair was tied up in a high braid, and she was holding onto a delicate girl dressed like a scholar. She whispered, "Little sister Zhu, I told you to come. Are you happy to see me?" Rui Zizhu heard her words and looked at the tall figure in front of her. Her face was red, and she hung her head helplessly and said, "Princess, don't make fun of me. I'm here to accompany my brother." Hee. Shiwen curled the corner of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with ridicule, but her hand was affectionately holding Rui Zizhu upstairs. At the wine table, everyone was enjoying themselves. The table was full of delicacies, but they didn't eat much. Instead, 2 jars of wine went back and forth. Feng Zhaomiao had one foot on a stool and was gesticulating as he talked about the strange things he encountered in the military camp. When he talked about a centurion who woke up in the middle of the night to urinate, he met a ghost and was strangled. The girls at the table were frightened. Although they were scared, they still listened to him with trepidation. Shiwen drank the wine in the cup in front of her in one gulp, stood up, and said, "I'm going outside to get some fresh air. You guys continue to listen to his nonsense." Feng Zhaomiao smiled sinisterly and said to her, "If you don't believe me, be careful. You'll bump into it later." Shiwen spat at him and said, "The sun is clear, how can there be ghosts? I'm not afraid." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly glanced at Shui Rui before turning around and leaving. Shui Rui was secretly pouring the wine in his hand into the spittoon under the table, so he didn't notice her look. After Shiwen left the table, she didn't go far. She stood in the corridor for a while and saw a waiter passing by with a dish. She stopped him and handed him a rolled-up note with a golden bean on it. She whispered, "Give it to eldest young master secretly. Don't let others see it." The waiter was none other than Gui Ba. He looked at the thing in Shiwen's hand and took it. He nodded and carried the dishes into the room in front of him. In the private room, Shui Rui had just stopped Lu Jiong from drinking a cup of wine. He put down the wine pot and saw the waiter bringing the dishes to his side. In a flash, a small paper ball appeared in his hand. He whispered in his ear, "Master, it's the princess." Shui Rui held the paper in his hand as if nothing had happened. He opened it and looked at it. The next moment, his face turned cold. 3 years ago, in the Seaview Tower, I saw it. Clenching his fist, Shui Rui straightened the corner of his mouth. There was a storm in his eyes. When he looked up again, there was a gentle smile on his face. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of long slice. His hand trembled and it fell on his clothes, attracting the attention of several people. "I'm going to wash up, you guys drink first." He put down the chopsticks, got up and walked out. No one at the table noticed his strange behavior just now. Only one person shyly peeked at his back. Shui Rui went outside and glanced at the empty corridor. He took a few steps forward and went up to the 3rd floor. When he turned the corner of the stairs, he saw Shiwen, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, pacing back and forth outside the patio. When she saw him coming, she smiled sweetly at him. Shui Rui expressionlessly pushed open the door of a nearby room and walked in. Shiwen followed him and didn't forget to close the door. When she turned around, she saw a pair of dark and threatening eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She was clearly aware of the danger of the man in front of her at this time, but there was no turning back. She couldn't take half a step back. "Brother Rui, you read the note, right? Let me tell you, 3 years ago in the palace, the 10th princess was killed by cousin Jinchuan. I saw what happened with my own eyes. Don't you want to know the truth? Shui Rui stared at her face and asked in a deep voice, what did you see? 3 years ago, the 10th princess, who was born by the empress, was greatly favored in the palace. The emperor favored the young and promising eldest young master of the Shang Shu Fu. Who would have thought that before the 10th princess could be betrothed, she slipped and fell from Guanhai Lu and fell into the lake. Afterwards, she died of a cold. At that time, a little eunuch in the palace identified that it was the young lady of the Shui family who entered the palace to accompany the 10th princess. Because she had a quarrel with the 10th princess, she accidentally pushed the 10th princess down the stairs. In a rage, the emperor asked the 7 members of the Shui family, including noble consort Shui, to kneel in front of Su Lu Palace for a whole night to admit their guilt for the death of the 10th princess. The emperor almost confiscated their whole family. Later, the emperor's anger subsided, so the Supreme Court intervened. However, the little eunuch committed suicide by jumping into a well. After all, there was no evidence and it became a headless case. Shui Lingnan was the backbone of the court and had served 3 generations of emperors. After the emperor's anger subsided, he only thought that the 10th princess slipped and fell from the building, so he didn't pursue the responsibility of the Shui family. The Shui family didn't decline from then on and kept the prosperity of the Shui family. However, first Madame Shui, who was originally blind, became seriously ill and almost died because of this. Shui Jinchuan's temperament changed greatly because of excessive shock. He was timid all day, hiding in his room and didn't dare to go out. He became half-mute. As soon as Shui Rui thought of what happened that year, a chill began to rise from the soles of his feet and slowly climbed up his spine to his neck. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands strangling his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. When he opened and closed his eyes, he saw his gentle and kind mother madly slapping him and biting his arm. It was as if she couldn't wait to eat his bones and eat his flesh. You asked me what I saw. I can tell you. Not only can I tell you, but I can also help you testify to prove Jinchuan's cousin's innocence. But you have to promise me one thing. Shi Wen's eyes flickered. She was thinking about how to take this opportunity to negotiate with Shui Rui. She didn't notice that his whole body gradually became gloomy and his dark eyes were frighteningly deep. Since you saw it, why didn't you say anything that year? Shi Wen's face stiffened and she lowered her head. I was still young at that time. I saw the 10th princess fall from the building. I was scared. Later, when I mentioned it to my father, he asked me to keep my mouth shut and not to mention it to anyone. What do you want me to promise you? Shi Wen's 10 fingers intertwined in front of her chest. She bit her lips and resisted telling him her plan. Instead, she said, I can't tell you now. When I think of something, I'll tell you. Shui Rui was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, then when you think of something, you can tell me. Hearing his words, Shi Wen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Only now did she feel that the stuffy atmosphere in the room was uncomfortable. Then I'll go down first. Shi Wen was afraid Shui Rui would go back on his word, so she opened the door and walked out with quick strides, and when she breathed in the fresh air outside, her mood abruptly eased up, causing her to stride briskly. When she arrived at the 2nd floor, she just happened to encounter Yu Shu, who was walking up from the 1st floor. When the two met, they were both stunned. Shi Wen was the first to react. She sneered and snorted. Without even saying goodbye, she walked down the corridor with her hands clasped behind her back. Yu Shu had heard from Lin Fu that this group of people came to drink, so she didn't find it strange to see Shi Wen here. It was just that, she looked up and felt suspicious. She didn't return to the room to wait for Shui Rui like she originally planned. Instead, she used the handrail to go up to the third floor. She easily found the second room that was half open. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Shui Rui sitting on the chair in the hall, she felt that there was something wrong with him. Thinking about Shi Wen, who she had just met downstairs, she frowned. She guessed that something had happened between the two of them and walked forward. "Big brother, why are you sitting here?" When Shui Rui heard Yushu's voice, he slowly raised his head and watched her approaching. When Yushu walked 2 steps in front of him, she could clearly see that his eyes were bloodshot. His lower jaw was stretched into a straight line, as if he was trying his best to endure something. His tall body was actually trembling slightly, and his lips were purplish, without a trace of blood. She was startled. She couldn't care less and stepped forward to hold his face. "What's wrong? Don't scare me, hey." As she spoke, she patted his shoulder to soothe his chest. After a moment of fluster, she was about to go out and call for help in a moment of desperation. Her hands had just left him, and before she could turn around, he suddenly hugged her. Shui Rui's arms were tightly wrapped around Yushu's waist and back. His arms were so tight that they almost broke her. He hugged her like that and felt the warmth from her body. He finally took a breath from his chest, like a survivor struggling to swim to the surface of the water. "Shoo, don't go." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.